ocean floor, down deep we wander. Louder we sing, no there is no cure in this together. I don't wanna tell you that it's not real. Nothing is a fairy tale. Everything about you is so one, really won't be pretty when it ends. Now how could I leave with your sweet love on me? Yeah, yeah. Something about you always makes it harder. When you got my lipstick on your white shirt collar. See you. Hearts and letters carved into the shore. We'll never grow old. I don't wanna tell you that it's not real. Nothing is a fairy tale. But everything about you is so one, really won't be pretty when it ends. Now how could I leave with your sweet love on me? Yeah, yeah. Something about you always makes it harder. When you got my lipstick on your white shirt collar. Think I'd try this a new way. I'm gonna show you the tricks that I know. I'm getting tired of talking, and I need more of a show right now. It's time that you made your mind up, 'cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking, going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others. I will stay. 'Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win right now. You got me up tonight, 'cause loving you is like I'm walking a tightrope so high. I won't be turning around, no, I won't be turning around. It's the right time, I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I will win tonight. I think I'll do it on my way. I'm gonna show you what I'm going through. Get you out of your comfort zone. 'Cause I need more of the truth right now. It's time that you made your mind up. 'Cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking, going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others. I will stay. 'Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win right now.
Yeah, so if you're gonna sass me, dragons everywhere,
So if we don't sass you,
then you'll only have one dragon. All right, guys, welcome back to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons. I'm your Dungeon Master, and these are our intrepid band of adventurers. But no, thank you guys for coming back and playing as we get down to shenanigans here in our own little slice of D&D heaven. And let's be honest, everyone joins just to see what shirt Volred is going to wear for the evening. But when last we met off with our fledgling adventuring group, you guys had traveled south from Heldenvale towards the Leviston Outpost. After stopping off for an evening of camping at the edge of the forest. You guys were attacked rather savagely and cowardly. Not that that really mattered. You guys took some lumps, but ultimately won the day, slaying a few bugbears and an ogre. Continuing on southwards, you guys finally made it to the Leviston Outpost, and had a little bit of time spent around there getting the lay of the land. Gorbek managed to, we'll say, inherit a beastie from a dead adventurer. And you guys, rather than paying any kind of fee for a night in the inn, decided you guys were just going to camp out under the stars at the border edge of the outpost. So, as morning finds you guys, your sleep was a little uneasy as the early winter dews and weather are certainly moving into this part of the world. But nonetheless, you guys managed to collect your full rest and appear mostly refreshed and without being accosted throughout the evening. As you guys shake off the light dew and hoarfrost of the morning, you guys glance around to see a little bit of life in the outpost, as it looks like wagons are coming in from the excavation site, and new wagons appear to be being prepared to travel westward to replenish supplies. The day is yours to do with as you wish.
Oh. All right, so I know that mining for artifacts is not on everyone's top interest list, but I think
Says who?
Arthur Izal. I do not know Volred's opinion on it, nor Gorbek's.
I'm good with it.
What would one get out of these artifacts?
And what does
So-
one mean by mining?
Lifting heavy things and rolling them around, moving them. But Volred, you can get lots of money, knowledge that has been forgotten, if that is of interest.
How much is a lot of money?
Well, I mean, if we can find one of the geometry, a tablet of geometry that has been, what do you say, infused, then usually that's bought by the oh Lord, I can't, my brain.
Why would one want a tablet of geometry? Don't you already know geometry?
No, I do not. Well, yes, but no. So I was originally sent down here to go learn from a geometer who studies a type of magic, which is magic that has been used for years and has kind of soaked into rock like a sponge. And so they study it to try to figure out what happened or what was going on in the area that would leave it marked this way. So I do not know. And I was
I
denied.
thought they were specifically being paid to come here and do something not involving geometry, though.
does sound
any
quite
artifacts.
like you do not know.
Well, any artifacts we bring up, we can give to the science community, and they'll take it and pay us for anything we bring up because they are soft and like me. And as we know, someone already died.
What, there has to be a name for this magic besides geometry magic. Would you happen to know what that is?
No.
Because geometry magic just seems very weird.
There's geometry, and then there's magic. One is a
Yeah.
form of math.
Well, you do use math in magic.
You can be a mathemagician.
Math magician. That's a new one.
You can do long
It's,
division in your head without a board.
But
What kind of
not
artifacts are these? Like, what is it? Like what kind of facts are you gonna be? Like, what is it?
Artifacts.
it all
It's-
depends on what we find.
It could be old tablets they use to keep records on. Anything that shows us what they used to do here. It's all about uncovering the mystery.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Do you intend to look for artifacts regardless of our opinion?
Yes.
Then let's move on.
Cool. So it's just Eric, how long is it to the ruins? Because I know we're staying at Leviston right now.
Yes, you guys are staying at Leviston. So with mounts, it will take you most of the morning. If you guys leave relatively soon, you should be there by lunch.
Okay. If we just want to get some breakfast in this real quick, and then we can go.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. You got it, Eric.
Your math.
We're going here.
That's one way to do it.
Yeah, one day it might be nice if we had some kind of nice little animation. Like if we ever had a lot of money that just brings up the map when you guys are traveling and it's just you guys moving along a path and shows you guys where you're at.
Sadly, our animator was killed halfway through the travel. That would our budget.
Yeah. Wait a second. We can't afford an animator. Oh my god, Tater died?
It's just him
Oh.
dragging the JPEG across the screen. I can
Hey.
drag a JPEG.
The potato is overcooked.
Oh.
Oh,
well,
goodness.
not that surprising. Homeboy did microwave cereal one time, so.
Oh.
He's not even here to defend himself. That's just rude.
I mean, he's here.
He's in chat.
Mostly
Yeah,
in spirit.
Oh, is he? Sorry, I'm not monitoring chat. Love you, Tater Hudson.
And set it on fire, apparently.
All right, I'm gonna go make sure Murder's all ready to travel, and feed her some fruit and some actual food that's not fruit, because that's just nothing but fruit. That's bad for you. And get going. Gorbeck, how's your dog?
And I'm going to say, speak,
What is he saying?
and I'm
Is it?
speak.
And the dog's going,
It sounds. It sounds like.
I'm
Speak.
going to
Like
go.
giant.
I'm going to go up to the dog
Speak.
and say, "Sit," and hold a treat
kinda
out.
looks at you.
I'm going to hold a treat out.
And dog's gonna try and eat the treat.
Pull it back.
I'm gonna try to yank
Hello.
the treat out of Caleb's hand.
Hideous laughter.
Oh god.
What joke are you telling, Caleb?
I'm not telling a joke. I'm literally Gonna poke him in the
you are the
forehead
worst.
and push him back.
All right, at least tickle him or something. All right, so hey man, if Gorbek mouth hugs, then Caleb can tickle.
Whoa.
All right, so you're casting hideous laughter on Gorbek.
Yes. DC
Oh, boy.
13.
Natural 20, baby. I'm in dog training mode, brother.
Okay.
I still
Natural
wanna
20 for a total of
Oh, what does
12.
it matter? I
Wow.
He
beat
doesn't
it.
have a -7,
I beat it. That's what happens.
even if he had 1 in that stat.
21. And I'm still going to try to steal the gosh dang treat.
Okay.
I'm going to resist any way possible.
Okay. As Gorbek is sitting there trying to reach for the treat, you're doing the whole like lift it up over his head kind of thing. Even the dog's kind of like moved up and it's jumped up and it's kind of like leaning on you and it's like trying to reach for the treat. Standing
Yeah.
up, it's
Spring! Spring! I'm going to yell, spring, to the dog.
What are you saying?
It's German. Oh, it's not German. Jesus, it is German.
What's German?
It's
it like
my
Goblin?
secret talented language to teach dogs to do stuff.
Well, it ain't working, bud.
Cause you haven't let me do it. Caleb,
I'm gonna go get my.
give me the
Yes?
treat. I'm hungry.
The treat's not for you.
Who says?
Me.
Oh. Oh.
If
thought it
you
was for
want an animal to do something, you have to give it positive reinforcement.
No, that's not the goblin way. You beat them into the ground until submission happens. Then
And how many times
Sometimes
did
you
your
can be
wolves
nice.
try to? How many times did your wolves try to eat you?
oh, hundreds of times. I mean, literally, I've lost this. It's part of life. It's
Yes.
fun. That's how we play.
Yes, but that's not the way it needs to be done. There are much better ways to do things.
Listen, how many dogs have you had?
4.
I've had thousands. Okay.
Yes, and how many of them have tried to bite you?
Same answer.
And how many of my dogs do you think have tried to bite me?
I'm gonna say 4.
None.
Well, then you're doing it wrong.
No.
Listen, I spent my hard-earned money with these bloody hands
They're not
because
bloody.
figuratively they're bloody. Let me teach this goddamn dog.
I will not let you abuse the dog.
I haven't hit the dog yet.
You are yelling at him for no
Well-
reason.
No, I'm saying it's just you have to do it. I'm I'm talking in a voice loud enough so everyone can hear me. That's all.
The next town could hear you.
Well, because I'm used to speaking to several dogs. This has been ingrained in me since I was a young pup.
You are okay. That's something we'll unpackage later. As long as you treat him well, I will not intervene.
I mean, I haven't treated him unwell. Hey, look at him. Look at that goofy looking. You.
It's because I have a treat.
Hooch, hooch, hooch,
What is that even supposed to be?
hooch.
I think hooch is a type of alcohol.
Or are you trying to tell him to do something?
It's my tongue was tucked by my tie teeth. Hook, hook, hook. We're still learning. We're just learning. That's all it is.
I recommend showing him what you want him to do
Oh,
with the command word.
okay.
Let me show you something.
Stay there.
Let me show you something.
Sprick! How! 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 Sprick! How! Sprick!
There are so many German people right now who are very offended.
We don't have Germans who watch the show.
Yeah,
if we
you're
did,
right.
they'd be gone last episode.
Got Spars, I
Anyways.
hope you're not German.
Corbeck, let me show you something. And I'm going to grab the treat. And I'm going to hold the treat above the dog's nose so that it has to sit if it wants to eat the treat. And then I'm going to say sit. And wait for him to actually sit before I give him the treat. That's
Okay.
the dog.
Yeah, the dog is like trying to nuzzle the treat. And then eventually, like, kind of twists and sits, but like just so that it can get a better angle at the treat.
And then I gave it to him.
And you go, and then like this dog's so huge, he like engulfs part of your, like your hand
Careful.
as he does so.
I mean, there's so many hip
It's fine. Corbeck, did you see what happened?
Yeah.
What did I do?
You bribed him.
I made him sit before I gave him a treat. You do that enough times, he will learn what that command means.
Yeah, if I yell at him enough, eventually he'll get it.
Or he'll just be scared and run away.
Well, that would be unfortunate, but it's happened
Yes.
thousands of times.
And can you afford 1,000 dogs?
I'll just find another dog.
Yes, but did,
sorry to interrupt, but I find it interesting that Gorbeck is of the thought process that if one yells at a being multiple times over and over to prove a point, they will learn, but is somehow not a taker of his own advice.
Because I'm not a dog. I'm a goblin. I'm a highly intelligent goblin. If I would have multiple degrees of goblinness, like if we compared it to human thought process, I would have intelligence that would surpass even the most intelligence of beings.
Maybe you should take your own advice and listen when someone tells you something multiple times. Or do we need to start treating you in which you would treat a dog?
Well, I will also bite you. That's the thing, too. But I'm also intelligent.
so are dogs.
Well, yeah, enough to learn what I'm telling them when they listen.
No. Oftentimes, dogs are almost as smart as humans. Depending on the human. Or goblin.
But dogs don't have thumbs. So
They
that's
don't
a
need thumbs.
severe deterrent whenever it comes to stuff.
Did you just...
Strangle.
What did you imagine you were strangling?
I wasn't strangling. I was holding something.
Oh. That smile tells me otherwise.
What? I'm not smiling.
Not anymore. Anyways. I hope you learn from this lesson and try to teach this dog another way. What is his name?
Stall.
Stall?
Mm.
Okay. When are you going to start calling him by his name?
That's what I've been calling him.
You've been calling him dog.
Well, yeah, that's what season. I mean, sometimes you just gotta let them know where they're placed.
Perro.
he's a dog.
They call dogs a man's best friend
Listen,
Because-
we're going down a road.
because
Not-
once they become attached to you, they will be loyal to you and never leave you.
Okay, well,
Remember that.
Goblins don't think that at all.
Hence why goblins aren't considered man's best friend.
Oh, Murder, you understand me.
Aren't you trying to get away from your goblin tendencies?
Well, some of them are good. Like, I mean, I'm telling you, I could train a dog well.
Hmm.
Hmm.
We shall see.
Let's go, we're burning daylight. Get on Megan the Entertainer and kumquat.
Let's go ahead and pack up and get ready.
Megan the Stallion? What was it? I messed up the reference.
Megan the Stallion, who is not a stallion.
Yes. We know.
And horse.
Who's horse?
It's a pony.
Whose mount did you just call horse?
Pony.
Oh, gotcha.
Yes. Gander's pony is called Pony.
Corbeck, do you
A
still
pony.
want this sled?
No, what do I need a sled for? I've got my dog.
I don't know. You bought it.
I mean, I made it, but I'm
Just-
not. Maybe we call it an artifact. Maybe it could be a goblin artifact. Gander, would you like this authentic goblin artifact for 17 gold?
No, thank you.
Can I cast suggestion on him?
I mean, physically, yes, you can cast a spell if you wish.
Now, but since he wants artifact, would that be enough of a suggestion to make him want to spend money on my goblin artifact?
Well, it might seem perfectly reasonable so long as there's no risk of him being
Depends
harmed
how
in the
you-
process.
Depends on how you word the suggestion,
Needs to be an act.
Gorbeck.
I believe in you, Gorbeck. Do it.
I don't care enough. I don't care about the sled enough.
Oh,
That's just Trevor wanting to do that. So
I want to see like Gander be obsessed with it for 8 hours. Like, ah, my precious. Thing's covered in shit. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to go.
I'm ready.
Murder.
Okay.
Kumquat.
Come, kumquat. Come, squared quat.
Come.
Come, my lady. Come, my lady. Okay, so you guys depart the Leviston Outpost heading west. The trail heading this way is rougher than the trail you guys were using to travel between here and Heldenvale. In the sense that it is not as well improved, but it is more well traveled. So there's no risk here of losing the trail and having to pick it up elsewhere. What pace are you guys trying to make as you guys continue along? Normal pace or
A normal one. It's supposed to take us like a day to get there, right?
little less than half a day?
Yeah, so we don't need to push it. Unless we burn too much time trying to train a dog in the morning. Normal pace.
Yes, the normal pace, it takes you guys a little bit as Gorbeck's new addition doesn't seem to like to mind him very much and will slowly start meandering off to the side, sniff stuff, and then return to your little caravan, and then go off to another side, run off when it sees like a squirrel or something, and then stop, and then make its way back. So, all in all, Gorbek has a little bit of a rough travel, but only making a couple stops along the way. As the morning burns off and the sun comes high in the sky, you start to see something man-made pierce the tops and canopies of the trees in the distance, along with a few kind of whiffs of like chimney smoke or other kind of fire smoke. You see part of some kind of tower with the top half of it nearly sheared off and broken. As you guys approach, you can start to hear clanging and other noise, the chopping of trees, the breaking of stone, shouting of commands, things of that nature. As the terrain that you guys are traveling on slowly begins to decline, and as the forest opens up a little bit, you see a large lake set amidst this large forest of trees. However, one large section of the lake, a man-made dam, seems to have been constructed, and a large section of the lake drained of all of its water, showing this rather large complex that seems to have been sunk down in the earth beneath the lake, and a few other more hastily but constructed but modern buildings around that area of the land, comprised of a large number of people, including a hastily constructed wizard tower that looks as though it is partially collapsed, much newer than the ruins that lie beneath the lake. As you guys approach this section of the ground, you start to kind of hear as the ground is very soft here, and on occasions you guys have to kind of watch as the earth turns to mud beneath your feet. But before long, as you guys round out there, the actual ruin outpost here appears to just be a single long road along the eastern bank of the lake, with those kind of temporary stone, wood, thatch buildings just kind of set up along the side of it, and people running back and forth. People kind of glance at you as you kind of approach, but no one seems to really give you any time of day.
Lord have mercy.
You don't think there's flammable, like explosive things in the mine, do you?
Well, I mean, obviously they have to use some dynamite, probably.
That seems like it'd be a bad idea for the structural integrity of a ruin.
Well, you gotta get through a door.
You
Don't have the key.
You make a key.
Yeah.
Let's
If
leave the
you-
demolition to professionals.
If you use explosives in a ruin like this, more than likely you would damage something that ought not be damaging, and probably hurt yourself in the
Time for the
process.
delicate removal of ancient artifacts. Bring out the dynamite!
Leave it to
Eric,
Yeah.
what's the what's the group that the artifact retrieval bounty is for?
It would be the Imperial Archaeological Society.
EAS. Ease.
IAS.
Imperial or Imperial?
Imperial.
With greatest of ease. Do they have like a specific set of colors we're looking for, Gander? Or are we just gonna go in there and start poking around until someone asks us to stop? Cool.
Let's do it.
Hey, Gorbeck, you're the Stall, was it? They said the name was
Stall.
the owners. The stall keeper said that they left its owner in the ruins, right?
Well, yeah.
So you think that he'd be able to like lead us towards that direction? Maybe they found a dangerous area where there's artifacts hidden.
I don't know. Maybe we can maybe sniff some underwear or something like. Well, we don't have any underwear. Like, you got anything? Do they know this person? Do they have anything of this
I would
person?
assume that the owner of the dog the dog knows the smell of that person quite well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what we used to do, and then we'd go kill people. That's great.
Okay, this is kind of the same thing. Should we
Yeah,
like find a
well-
place to camp up, set up camp, or hold up, and then head down into the ruins? Where does it look like people camp here? Like a town?
Is it a shanty town, or is it just kind of like a
It's a
base
bit of a
camp?
shanty town,
Ruins,
yes.
get your
Um,
tents.
There does appear to be a more permanent and clean series of structures by the partially ruined tower that kind of sits a little bit more up on the hill away from some of the muck. It also seems to carry some familiar looking banners, not of the Archaeological Society exactly, but of a banner that often seems to accompany the Archaeological Society.
What was it, Lyceum or something?
Uh,
douche canoe?
No. Caleb, if you want to roll a history check to see if you recognize the coat of arms.
Aaron, did you say
Let's
douche canoe?
do it.
Yeah.
What'd you roll?
I didn't roll anything yet, but Aaron said douche canoe. Like,
Of course.
Yeah, the
21 total.
Yes, it's a name that you have picked up in time in Air Ariel and in some of the other cities. It is the sigil of House Liralai, which, from what you understand, is the house that owns the guild that is technically the Archaeological Society.
I let them know. I let the rest of the party know what that is, and where do you want to go next?
I'll just head there and see if that's where we check in or register, or that way they know we're here and to expect us to maybe return.
with all the incoming and outcoming of like people for this, is there like a makeshift larger tent tavern that might be here? Or
You do see a hastily constructed box structure of kind of like cob and thatch that does appear as though it has a large, mostly tent-like structure attached to it. It's certainly the largest building in this part of the settlement.
let's go get a drink.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and head towards the more official-looking buildings.
Don't get kidnapped. I'm gonna go to the big tent.
Well, I hope they don't think I'm a kid, because that would be awkward.
Don't get abducted. Bodred, you want to go get some alcohol?
Not a question.
Hmm.
Yes, I know it's a question. Let's go.
Yeah.
Pretty
Come.
sure it was rhetorical.
Come.
Welcome.
We're gonna head towards the bigger one that might be a a place to get something to drink. And Gander's gonna be a nerd.
Some. What?
Okay. So, Izal and company, you guys pass in to the Wattle and Daub building. It's got the floor is mostly just stacks of wood kind of laid down and covered with straw. Dry, but basic. Off to one side, there is basically just a long table where a young half-elf man kind of sits pouring out flagons. Behind him is kind of a post and lintel hallway into what looks like some kind of a storage room. The area around has a couple dozen simple wooden tables, rough cut. Everything here looks definitely thrown together as quickly as possible. This building is missing one whole wall that looks as though it was there at one point in time, but was perhaps demolished in order to hastily expand with a center pole kind of circus tent style extension that houses yet more tables and a small stage. That section is sparsely populated with patrons, but everyone here appears to be heavy labor. They are covered in dirt and mud and rock dust and definitely soaked in the pond type people. Nonetheless, as you guys walk in, the half-elf kind of glances over. Ah, newcomers, are you?
Yeah. Who all came with us? Kalen, did you come with us, or did you go nerd shit with Gander?
I went to the bar.
All right. Yeah.
Gander is all alone.
That's a big mistake. Yeah, new in town, as you can tell from the lack of dirt. I gesture to myself and everyone else.
You know, I thought there was something different about you guys. Ah, come on in.
It's like being back at home again. It's cold though.
Aye, yes, especially this time of year, and with all the water soaked through everywhere. It'd be a good idea to double check to make sure your boots are oiled. Elsewise, you might have to go down to the barber surgeon and get them cut off sometime. So, and he kind of starts laying down kind of wooden tumblers in front of you and filling up. This one's around the house. Welcome for newcomers. If you want more or you don't want it, well, I hope you brought some more because it's about all we got.
Do you have anything a little nicer for if someone else happens to pass by of higher dignitary? Or is it just the basic stuff?
Those people aren't going to come down here. They'll mostly go over to the guild hall that took up in the old ruined tower. So that's where the mages from the Asanum, or in not Asanum, the Lyceum and the Athenium shack up. Mostly they just sit there and wait for us to bring them things and then tell us to do work.
That sounds like shit.
Well, they pay well enough, so...
Yeah. Everyone here do the recruiting of the magical doodads or what? Or are they just digging holes?
Most of them are trenchers and tunnelers. Most of the ruins, as far as we can tell, are still underwater. So some of them are also responsible for manpower. Well, you won't really see, but as you go down there, the large crank wheels that are manpower, those are used for drawing up water from the bowels of the ruins. If it gets bad enough, some of them go down there with buckets and start pulling them out bucket by bucket.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, it is. And it'll get a whole lot worse considering winter's coming, but like I said, they pay well.
What do you do about security around here? On the way down here, we
Oh.
got attacked by some bugbears and an ogre. What happens? Does that happen
Right.
here too?
It did in the beginning. Most of the people around here, they're hard folk, used to living at the borderlands. So they're pretty good with an axe, if they need to be. In the early days, we had quite a few bugbears, gnolls, and such come in around the edge of the camps. But most of that changed when the mages arrived to oversee the work. After that, they've set up some pretty effective magical deterrents by way mostly of slaughtering anyone that seems to come too close. After a while, most of the local beasties, at least the intelligent ones, have pretty much learned to stay away.
Good, no, it'll be a save.
Pretty effective.
Hey, cheers.
Aye. Fireballs are very effective.
This stuff's pretty good. Wake you up
Really?
at least.
Well, mostly it's utter shite, but, like I said, we make everything here, and there's only so much gruet I can make.
That's about the extent of the politeness I was going to say. I didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings. It'll get the job done.
You're not hurting anyone's feelings here. Basically, everyone enjoys it because it's alcohol and we got. So,
like
that
alcohol.
actually being... And yeah, that being said, if you do end up having any more expensive alcohol, I would take great pleasure not to whip that stuff out in public. Or else, you're going to get an awful lot of freeloaders who will be quite interested to relieve you of it.
Volred twitched for like a small second.
Let's go for a special stash.
Yeah.
Man,
Right.
If only we brought some of that alcohol, probably just sold it. Damn.
Yeah, and so the half-elf's looking you guys over. Oh, right. Pardon. Manners. Sorry.
Managers?
Name's Siren. The name's Siren.
Siren.
I mostly run this little slice of paradise. And he kind of goes through and goes, will you guys be staying around for a while, or did you just get lost in the Brennandare?
Supposed to be here to do some of that whole recruiting and requiring of the artifacts in the ruins. I'm not-
You guys took a job as delvers, huh?
I'm not looking to dig a hole though, so
Oh, I wouldn't much worry about that. Mostly the holes are dug, and when the chambers are found, we typically send the delvers in to try and make sure nothing remains that might be dangerous. But I suppose your timing here is pretty good. We lost our last group of delvers just a couple days ago.
was there any word about what might have happened?
Oh, well, from what we understand, they drowned. Yeah. I mean,
Did they know how to swim?
it wasn't really that. There's I heard tale of some of the miners come in saying there's creatures down beneath that are like living water. And so basically they can kind of come up when you're not paying attention and drown you. Yeah, it's pretty frightening. I'm pretty glad I'm not in your shoes, to be perfectly honest. But
Wouldn't be
glancing
the first time
over-
I've fought water before.
Well, it won't be the
Oh.
last. It's also seems a very odd way to go out.
Well, it's and I was when you say drowning, I assume that there's partial cave collapse and water gushed in. But the fact that something drug them under, that's a bit more manageable.
well, those things
Yeah.
do happen on occasion too. But yeah, it's reasonably odd. We're not entirely sure how far the ruins go down. Every once in a while, we manage to find a chamber that isn't submerged. So who really knows? It's been here quite a while. As far as I understand, it looks almost as though at some point near the sundering, this section of the earth basically turned to quicksand and swallowed the whole fortress or tower or whatever the hell it is. So
That
Do you
Thunder
happen to
Tower?
have?
How far down
he's
does
kind
that
of looking
tower
between
go?
both. Oh, that tower?
Yeah.
That tower actually was not part of the ruin. It was actually built by a magus, I don't know, about 300 years ago, who wanted to make his home here in the Brennandare. He met with an unfortunate accident in the top of his tower working with some evocation magics, which is why part of it is missing. I would say probably a few years back, some local adventurers were scouring through the area, and one of them was out in the river and managed to fall through when a section of the ruins kind of opened up and swallowed that section of the lake. As far as I understand, the adventurer died, but it at least clued the individuals over in the capital that there was a ruin here. So work started before I got here in creating the trenches so that way they could drain that portion of the lake and actually get down to the ruin itself. So they've only really started doing the excavations in full earnestness in the last year or so.
Question. Has the wizard tower been completely drained of everything, or is that still up for grabs?
The wizard tower is presently being used as the residence for House Lirelai and the other guild members of the archaeologists. From what I understand, though, over the last couple centuries, much of the boons of the tower were taken by adventurers over the years.
I figured. Second question.
Beat us to it.
Do you happen to have an up-to-date map of what you guys have uncovered and certain dangers that we would expect along the way? And we can continue the map as we go down.
It's just a bar.
Not myself. You'll need to go and talk to Cassius for that. He gestures over to Volred. He's one of your fellow kind.
Murderer?
No, a warforged.
That just raises the whole slew
That's-
of questions.
Do you know me?
That's
He kind of looks over and goes, "Are you flesh or machine?"
Well, as long as you don't know who I physically am, I'm fine to not answer that question.
Right. No offense if I managed to make an assumption there. I just assumed that by your general total covering of the body and the mask that you were an automaton. So, obviously you lack the size of Cassius, but he did mention that there were Nimblewrights, other such of his kind that were much more athletically built like yourself. At least I assume you have an awful lot of layers.
I'm going to choose to take that as a compliment. Thank you.
Caleb would
Okay.
like to insight Volred's reaction to see whether or not he's an
Are
automaton.
you a robot? How are you gonna tell from his emotions, Caleb? You can't see shit.
To be
That's
fair,
why
Volred does an awful lot of stasis-like maneuvering.
And it would answer so many questions.
He does have
That's true, it would.
unwavering marksmanship in the most heated of battles.
And he also doesn't sleep very much,
Got auto
which
aim.
could be mistaken
Actually,
for
at
not
all,
sleeping at
as
all.
far as you're aware.
Yes, then that's why, it would answer so many questions because he also doesn't talk very much, and the way he does talk is very odd to Caleb, at least. So, insight check. 14.
So imagine his turret is literally his lower half speed still, and his upper half just it's spinning around in circles. It's like, well, there's a dead giveaway. His spine detached.
Okay, that's 14. I don't know. Volred, he's a hard guy to kind of pin down. To be fair,
So
is from what you understand though, Volred has physically, it seems, put liquids into his body. And from what you know, Warforged don't eat or drink.
what they can.
But then the
They're-
question
they-
is,
When does he poop?
you've never seen Volred go to the bathroom, so like, is Volred really drinking, or is he like a robot that runs on alcohol and he's just filling up the tank?
Because I've also never seen Volred drunk.
That's also true. He drinks an awful lot of alcohol and has never gotten drunk. I mean, who knows?
He's just
The
Bender.
beautiful part about this, Volred could change his race right now and just go back and forth, and he doesn't actually have to decide until it becomes canon.
So, yes, at this point, Caleb is unsure of whether or not Volred is an automaton. And that's going to make a very interesting midnight conversation.
I laughed about it. I've seen quite a few automatons. I'm not so as easily convinced as Caleb. I haven't seen him stumble downstairs. That's typically a good sign of a robot.
I don't know. Have we? Has there been specific instances where we have like physically been like, yeah, so we're walking downstairs right now. Remember that time we
True.
walked down a flight of
On
stairs?
the other hand,
You didn't sink like a stone when we went in the
He's
water.
probably just a more advanced version.
true, but also
Stairmaster.
you have known Volred to bleed, or at least blood has soaked up from
He
his
wears
lair.
he wears red
right.
clothes.
He got fucked up.
He wears
Remember,
red clothes. It's hard to tell.
he got
Yeah.
knocked down to 1 hit points. Yeah, blood would have been everywhere.
Nah.
So, never mind. We're good. We're good.
Are you really good, or was that just a complicated illusion to make you think that he was flesh?
Robot to bleed.
Is Volred secretly
That's
a
going
genius?
way too deep into the Illuminati mess. And Caleb
Wait,
does not.
how did you know
conspiracy
about
theorist.
the Illuminati? Volred.
I know
They've
how
discovered
to solve
us.
this. I know how to solve this. I get a piece of paper and I write this weird little series of letters and words on there. Oh, wait. Now write this yourself.
Are you recapturing?
Yes.
Volred?
It's like, what do you see?
I'm holding up 6 different pictures. Let me know which ones
ones-
have horses in them.
Once you click one away, another one pops up.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I would think a magically created sentient automaton could beat an Arcaptia, though.
4 of these 9 photos are filled with cognac. Pick which ones.
You passed that flying colors. Well, we'll take our drink. I guess we don't really need to hang out here. We gotta go check in, I guess, with the guild before we do anything. And we did leave our childlike boy genius by himself for too long.
Didn't he try to make a bomb last time you left him alone?
No, we didn't try. He did. Thank you, Siren. I'm Izal. This strapped up individual is Volred. Gorbek's the one who should not be left alone. Back there, that's Caleb. Hey, Caleb. Arthur.
Yeah, I think Gorbek's outside. Is Gorbek outside
I don't know.
with the dog? Yeah, Gorbek's outside.
Never
with the
mind about
dog.
Gorbek. You don't need to know about him. He's got purple hair.
Did we leave him alone?
I would say
Yes.
Arthur's
Yes, we
probably
did.
with him. I don't know,
Oh.
since he's...
Yeah, we'll put that on Arthur.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Arthur.
It's the Gorbek duty.
Yeah, you know he's fine. You just keep hearing him shout German from outside.
Sie heil! Sprechen Sie Deutsch!
Oh,
Verhogenheimen. We'll probably head out I'll be back probably for some more because I'm not going to drink some posh shit up there. I'm going to come back here for the regular stuff. Sean's in the chat. Ari in the chat right there. Thank you, Siren. Bye. Down the drink.
All right. Well, hopefully you guys will survive.
We shall see.
Bye. Leave. Gorback,
What?
why is there mud all over you?
Because it's muddy?
Oh, the dog's not covered in mud, though.
I'm going to pick up mud and put mug on stall.
Yeah.
Touche.
Basically, just got cow pie.
Yeah.
Just kind of
Prestidigitation.
just kind of all slop like water on a duck.
Doesn't quite explain why you were dirty and he wasn't, but we gotta go to the guild, I guess. Told Tower place. I don't know. Basically, gotta go where Gander went.
But Gander already went there. So do we really have to go?
Yes.
Fine. I also want to try and get a map of this place so we're not going in blind.
Probably not gonna get it at the bar. Let's go.
Yeah.
Come on, Murder.
Okay. So, Gander, you make your way down the muddy path before kind of trailing off to head up the hill.
Mhm.
It becomes a little easier to walk as you don't have to go up very much before the ground starts drying out pretty quickly. As you approach the tower, there are a couple guards that wear that similar coat of arms of House Lirelai, who are kind of looking at you as you approach. They don't stop you, but as you continue on, there is someone right out in the front of the tower in this kind of large drafting table with notes and stuff just kind of splayed out, just kind of shuffling some stuff, setting down paperweights and scribbling in a book. A female elven figure, rather beautiful looking with kind of dark black hair and kind of gray blue eyes. She kind of looks up for you and goes, "Who are you?"
Hello. I have a group with me. We're here to delve into the ruins. Oh, wait, no, that's not the question. My name's Gander.
Right. You mentioned ruins. I assume you're here from the Adventuring Society, the Guild of Adventurers.
Yes.
Excellent. Paperwork, and she just kind of reaches her hand out as she continues to look back down at her books.
I don't have that on me, but one of my companions does. What do we need it for, just to make sure that I am who I say I am and not just some crazy person who wandered into
She
town?
just kind of waves you off. It's fine. It's mostly required to ensure that you guys get paid. And so not really necessary unless you guys actually bring up something that will guarantee that you do get paid. So more or less not necessary. I am Aurelia Belfarin. I am the curator here for the Archaeological Society. I am the individual who will be governing your work while you are here. Now, she kind of shuffles some other paperwork. I assume you've done work like this before?
No.
Excellent. Well, then don't look too hard for the papers. Chances are you won't survive long enough to need them. At any rate, she starts writing. We are presently at the moment cleaning up after a bit of a collapse. Once that is done, most likely by the end of the day, you guys will be cleared to enter the following morning. Your job is very simple. It is to go into the parts of the ruin that are as yet unexplored, explore them, clear them of any monsters, and collect any particular artifacts you find and return them to me. Does that sound easy enough, or do I need to repeat myself?
It's simple enough. We heard the last group died to a trap.
Technically, they were slain by monsters, but yes, drowning was the method of death.
Okay. That actually, traps would be the nicer thing to hear, but I'm actually more relieved to hear that it's something you can kill.
Well, I wouldn't rule out the possibility of traps. This is, of course, an elven ruin, though I would warn you that most of the traps here are magical. So, yes.
But it's simple enough. What's the is pay based on weight or determined value of...
It is based on the value of the artifacts that you bring up. There is indeed a base daily allotment. It's mostly enough to cover your lodgings, your food, things of that nature. If, however, you go a sizable amount of time without bringing up any artifacts, well, then the Archaeological Society does reserve the right to cancel your contracts and bring in more experienced delvers.
Now you said that we have to wait for, I guess, the diggers to clear zones to gain access. That's calculated into our time? Because if we clear an area before the diggers clear another spot, are we able to just wait without penalty? I would think that's an obvious business tactic.
Though most of the rooms that you will require the diggers, as far as we are aware, have largely already been excavated. You will be delving into sections of the ruin that are not submerged beneath the water.
Okay. Not to... So we're good to go whenever?
Well, yes.
Other than clearing from the incident.
Yes, you should be good to report to the Quartermaster tomorrow morning.
Okay. Do you have a map of already cleared locations? I know you may not have a map of the whole structure, because that would be silly to have to do all this and find stuff if you had a whole map. When you just use magic to clear the rock.
Indeed. Our archivist, Cassius, he maintains all the records and maps of the dig. We don't, obviously, it won't necessarily be required for your group, seeing as how you will be delving to places that, well, aren't mapped.
Yes.
So,
obviously.
But at any rate, you should feel free and are encouraged to map any chambers that you find yourself.
Yes, because then that would mean they are then mapped and are explored.
Indeed. And the Archaeological Society is, of course, willing to pay additionally for your cartological skills.
All right. Well, thank you. You said Aurelia?
Aurelia is my name, yes.
Well, it has been a pleasure. Where is the quartermaster? Is he in the tower? Is he in a different office?
The quartermaster is Riley Elberson, and he can be found down at the dig site. He maintains an elevated storehouse where a collection of useful gear is stored, and he carries an office and a loft above that. So you'll find him there dealing with the day-to-days and managing the foreman, handing out supplies, things of that nature.
Okay. I'm gonna go and make sure my friends aren't picking fights. Thank you. And I'm just gonna trot off.
Yes, ta-ta.
And I'm sure I'll run into y'all on the way.
Yeah, basically they kind of get like to the end of the street by the time you're like halfway down the hill.
All I'm saying is, Caleb, if I can naturally swim with the magical ring, would I not be able to just avoid being grappled by the weird water creatures?
That is very interesting, and I would like to see how it works. But
I'm guessing we're talking about water elementals?
Nah!
I don't think the being follows the same laws of physics.
What if I
As water.
drink the water creature and I'm strong enough to hold it in me? Would I suffocate the water creature?
The problem
no.
being is that the volume of the water creature would be more than your capacity.
What if
Unless
I
it's a tiny water
rapidly
elemental.
digest it? Like it's like in like a tube, like straight through, and it's gone completely through the system, and now it's just there's nothing left of it. It's all dead, and I absorbed all of its magical ability.
Well, then you just swallow the water elemental.
Cool.
Conversely, Caleb could also cast Enlarge on you. Because then you can drink more.
Yes, but that would be such a.
Volred is calculating how many
Who
cups of
drowns who
cognac.
first?
How much could you distill out of a water elemental?
Oh, there you go. Water elemental powered distillery.
I'm glad you knew exactly what Volred was thinking.
I know that look.
Hmm.
Cognac.
Are we having a drinking contest of sorts?
Mine's like a way of murdering through consumption. Gander, how'd it go?
It went fine.
Did they,
Just the paperwork.
they cut off any like fingers or toes from you?
No.
Is it a blood pact?
No.
Oh, good. Not one of those anymore.
She was kind of. I don't know if she hates her job or what.
Was she a robot?
No, she's an elf. Maybe it's just the elf thing. I don't know. But she said we'll need the paperwork if we bring anything up. Once we have brought stuff up, we'll get some money on a day-to-day. Just like if we bring little things, and then we have to bring stuff to her, as a lady, to be graded, and then profit will be then dispensated to us.
Okay.
So we can't go today. We can go tomorrow. Apparently there was a collapse in the tunnel. So they're clearing that out. We will be told which sections we go to, and it is just a retrieval to bring it back. Bring back as much as we can.
What if we find something like really cool?
What if it's something that we want? What are the rules of that?
I mean, technically it'll probably be just like the rules from Mount Arbot, that you just, you don't, we didn't find nothing.
Theft, Caleb. That's called theft.
Shut up, God. What do you know?
No, disembodied,
Next thing you-
disembodied voice in the
Next thing
sky.
you know, he wants to pay taxes on a dragon horde. Jeez.
Actually, yeah, you guys should have known that. I sent comprehensive notes to Calum and Gorbeck and
Nah.
Arthur before the game.
Nah.
Before the campaign even started.
Not paying taxes on shit. Under the table. That's all we do.
All right, so.
But we will. There is another quartermaster who will pretty much be handing out the assignments. His name is Riley Elberson.
All right. Do we need to go see him now?
How many quartermasters are there?
I don't know. I don't even
We're
know
up
why
to-
they have a quartermaster
We're up
up
to
there.
50% now. There's like
It's 2 for 2 out here. Like
Every warehouse needs a quartermaster.
the electrum of masters.
Electromaster?
Oh,
Elec-
useless. Gotcha.
Could be worse. Could be
Electrum.
Burgomeister.
Electrum serves a purpose. He's all. It serves a purpose.
Does it though?
For you, a paperweight.
Yeah, that's its purpose. It's worthless. So the value of a rock. Let's go find this Riley.
Yes.
You get a descriptor. What's he look like?
And where do we find him?
They said his office is in the second floor or upper area of the main warehouse. He'll be handing out like tools and other junk
Giving
to
us
people going
assignments
in.
of where to search inside the ruin?
Yeah, so they have I asked for a map, about a map. They said they've mapped some of it. I mean, the ones that have been cleared.
Yeah.
So we'll just be going to unmapped places, and I mean, probably just told, take a left, then a right, go straight twice, take a
Alright.
left.
Let's take a look. Let's go to this new quartermaster and see what we can do.
Head that way, and I'm just gonna.
Beely
Once we
beep boop.
get close, I'm gonna just start asking for Riley. Do you know a Riley? We're looking for a Riley. Oh,
Okay, as you guys
O'Reilly.
lightning bolt hits
Riley.
you. 10d6 lightning damage. No.
Auto parts.
Wow.
You guys make it down to the dig site at section of the ruin. You guys kind of watch as this lake, at least the section that they have dammed off and excavated, is actually quite deep. And very quickly, as you guys kind of are walking along what would be the beach, the shoreline of this lake quickly stretches out into an elevated wooden platform with other wooden platforms and rope bridges and stairs going up and down. Along the edge, you see this large 2-floor warehouse that is on land in one part and then kind of dives off to stilts. There's a large crane and an elevator, like a lift, attached to the outside that seems to be hauling up and down rock and such. As you guys kind of make your way through, and you're kind of asking for Riley, you get people kind of pointing off. Before long, you come face to face with a young human man, very early 20s, if not late teens. Still not really growing much of a beard. It's kind of shaggy hair, a large piece of it like a scar is kind of cut through. Looks heavy calluses and is wearing clothing and an apron that looks a size or two too large for him. And he's kind of handing off stuff, riding around. And as you guys kind of walk through, a couple of people he's talking to just kind of are glaring at you guys, and he's kind of looking up, looking over. Just kind of passes it off. Yeah, and who are you?
We're the excavators.
You're my new Delvers. Good, good. Kind of lost the last few, so
Sounds
you
like
know,
a shit person.
running a. Oh well, no. The ruins here are pretty dangerous, and you start going into some of the unmapped areas. You start seeing creatures that wandered in there. Don't know how. It's all beneath the ground, but you know it's an Elven Ruin. It doesn't make no fucking sense.
Magic.
You seem
Yeah,
stressed.
magic. Look, we just had a section of the underground dungeon that actually stretched out underneath the lake, and we didn't see it, so part of the roof collapsed, flooded a whole floor. That's been a nightmare. So we've been 3 days behind schedule, and you know,
And I guess the
Aurelia.
boss man is up your ass, and
Yeah, the boss lady, man. Aurelia, she
the
does
boss?
not like being behind schedule. Oh yeah, she's the high curator. She's in charge of this whole excavation. So yeah, she's kind of on my ass to get things done. You know, I have nearly 60 employees here, laborers, and you can't plug one thing. But you know, unlike her, we don't have any magic to make the job go faster. So yeah. Anyway, that's none of your problem.
We're here to try and make it easier on you.
Oh,
What can we do
good.
to help?
Well,
can't Arthur
right
do
now,
the thing? You do the
Arthur. Okay, look. We should be wrapping up here. We plugged the leak. We're just in the process of pumping back out some of the flood waters, letting everything dry out before we continue on. So all of that should be ready for starting back up to work tomorrow morning. In the meantime, there's not really much for you guys to delve, so unless you guys want to take up a pickaxe or start carrying water buckets.
Well, is it
you guys
flowing
should
water?
Oh, no, not anymore. It's standing water. So the flowing part has been sealed and buttressed. So that's all well and good. So, yeah, and he just kind of looks around back at Gorbeck. Is that Periwinkle?
No, his name's Gorbeck.
yeah.
Not him, the dog.
Dog name is Periwinkle.
It's a pretty cool name.
Well, assuming it's the same one, from the young druid lady, Venna, I believe her name was. She was part of the old Delver group that, well,
Passed.
Well,
Yes.
they're your predecessors. I think that's a better way of putting it.
Gorbeck here, my friend, ended up purchasing her.
Oh. Well,
Periwinkle. Sit?
and Periwinkle's just kind of looking. That's not going to work. Venna was a gnome, so Periwinkle only really knows gnomish. And he kind of looks over. Lita. And the dog just kind of lays down. I don't really know gnomish, but I picked up a couple things. So. But hey, great for you. I mean, Periwinkle, as far as I understand, I mean, Venna was nice. So if you're the kind of guy that loves dogs, then that's great. I'm glad Periwinkle will get to travel the world and continue the lifestyle. It's better than staying in those damn stables in the Outpost, wasting away.
Agreed. Gorbeck, it looks like you need to learn how to speak Gnomish.
Oh, well, I don't know. I just know that some of the command words were in Gnomish. So, I mean, if you're good with dogs, I imagine you can teach them just about anything.
Should probably learn Gnomish.
That's debatable.
Can't teach an old dog new tricks, but you can probably teach Gorbeck.
Right. Okay. Well,
Well, if that's the case, I don't think there's much we can do right now since y'all are just shoveling water.
Okay. Well, yeah. I guess the best place for entertainment around here is going to be up at the tap house. That's run by a half elf friend of mine named Siren. He's a nice enough guy. I really hope you're okay with.
Shitty
Well-
alcohol.
Yeah, I was gonna say it calls itself ale, but you know,
Hey, he
but
called,
at
he
least
said
it's
it
no
himself,
orc crag.
So. he
Well,
said
that's
it.
okay.
Just to get you drunk.
Yeah. I mean, it's mostly just made with a little bit of natural honey and berries and water, and basically, it's not like we have a proper distillery here or someone who even knows how to brew. You know, it's back alley hooch kind of stuff. But it takes the edge off after a long day.
Unless you guys want to start shoveling water, I think we should go chill for the day and then start tomorrow.
Sounds good then. No,
Right.
I'm not
Okay.
looking to go digging
Well-
holes. I could have did that at home.
Other than that, I'm here and available. Most of the the merchandise we have here is provided by the Archaeological Society for the dig. However, I am authorized to sell certain things to contractors like yourself or outsiders for a bit of coin should you ever require it. I'm mostly here. My office and living steading is just kind of above us here on the second floor. Beyond that, feel free to go around and meet some of the local life. So obviously you've met me. I think Cassius is probably the logical next step if you already spoke to Aurelia. Cassius is the archivist here. He's responsible for cataloging all of the finds, maintaining the maps and the records, all of that. He's an interesting guy, or not guy.
Robot.
Individual.
Automaton, yeah, or automaton. I don't look.
Automaton.
That's automated. I like that one.
Are we supposed to report to you in the morning, or do we go down and then we discuss?
Yeah, you can report to me. That's absolutely fine. I mean, typically I do help out with some of the contractors. At least that's what they told me when they gave me this job a month ago. So, yeah.
What happened to the last guy who had your job?
Oh, the last guy that had my job?
Yeah.
Oh, he was out there on the lift and wasn't paying attention and walked right off the edge while the lift was down and then fell 200 feet to his death.
So
Gotta
it
look
sounds
full
like
damage.
it sounds like this area has a high turnover rate.
Oh, well, I mean,
It's,
this is a labor camp, you know? I mean, like, this is most of the people here, they only exist to do hard work. So the work we do is dangerous. And as far as my position, I got it because, well, none of the more seasoned of the excavators or laborers wanted the job because, well, honestly, they're terrified of Aurelia, and I was the new guy who didn't know better, so yeah, I definitely regret accepting this job, but it pays well.
Yeah, well,
at least the pay is
Hope-
good.
hopefully we can
Yeah,
take some
yeah.
pressure
I mean,
off.
absolutely. I make a whole like 3 electrum a day, or like 15 silver, something like that.
15
So I
silver,
mean, it works
that's
out.
impressive. Not 3 electrum though. They'll never use that again.
Oh well.
We don't get
eh,
paid in electrum, do we? Because I'm gonna quit if we do.
Not really. Sometimes they pay out in some electrum. Just depends on what they have on hand. But most of the time, it's in gold or silver.
Okay.
So Anyway,
I'm gonna go.
awesome.
Great to
Well,
meet you, Riley.
Oh, yeah. Pleasure to meet you guys too. Just
See you in the morning.
watch.
Is all
Yeah,
Gander,
take
Vora,
care.
Gorbek, Caleb, and Arthur. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. Just watch out. You know, especially down here in the excavation. It gets pretty dangerous.
You watch your step on lifts too. That no repeats.
Yes. Yes. That is good.
Bye. Turn and leave.
Okay.
Well, I mean, given the circumstances, it's almost as dangerous down there as it is just walking around here.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I mean, I don't know how like organized the last group was, but if they spoke well of them and they, you know, got caught, then maybe y'all can get your fill of danger.
I'm fine with not having danger. I'm more concerned about the structural integrity of their mine shafts.
Yeah.
They don't make them down here like they do up north. I'll tell you that.
No. Thankfully, I'm short enough that I could fit all the time.
Don't dig up. That's a good rule of thumb when you're going around a lake.
Don't dig up or down.
Don't dig straight up and don't dig straight down.
Yes. Go like at an angle, like 20-degree angle.
Step your way down.
And honestly, if I haven't really seen many dwarves around here, and if it's one thing that I know about dwarves, they are very good at structural integrity.
Yeah, that's actually not true. A quick look around, there are quite a fair number of dwarves. It is mostly
Never
human.
mind.
So Caleb's
What I
racist. It's okay. Like,
Those are just really
he
fat
thinks Volred's a
halflings.
robot, and he doesn't know the difference between a fat guy and a dwarf. It's just Caleb.
Well,
But
you
yes,
say one
there
joke
do
and
appear
take
to
it too
be
far.
a number of hill dwarves here.
Then never mind.
They must be desperate. Well, let's go have a little bit of fun and not get robbed tonight. We probably have more money on us than anyone else here.
Wait, what? We might get robbed?
You're in
That's
an
always a
encampment
possibility.
full of laborers who are probably here because they can't work anywhere else. And just ask around, but don't get too mouthy with it. You'll find out probably a lot of underhanded tactics were used in their life.
Well,
And don't
Alright.
flash around too much money.
Yeah.
Carry 2 or 3 different purses, separate your money, and only spend the lowest denominator you have.
So the lodging is just tent based, or they don't have any semi-permanent lodging?
Asking around, you can provide your own tents, or there is a bunkhouse. There's one specifically for workers, and then a smaller one for delvers.
Looks like we're going delving.
Let's go to the Delvers.
are there multiple delving groups?
As you're kind of looking around, you don't see any. And if you guys are going to go check out the Delver's bunkhouse, there doesn't appear to be any either. It's you walk in and it's kind of like a longhouse, just this really long rectangular room. The front part of the room is just communal, like living space. It's got a recessed fire pit in the center of the room, some tables, and prep space for cooking. And then in the back side of the longhouse, it's just about a dozen or so bunks.
Okay.
Doesn't
They
seem like a
did
very
just
high.
say-
Well, that's not very high in demand. They only have the one party at a time.
They did just say that their last party just died.
Does this bunkhouse
So-
look like it's big enough for more than one party of a few people?
Oh yeah, it can house
yeah.
a couple dozen pretty easily, but it does not appear as though there are any present.
Well, I guess we can go ahead and pack down.
Windows, doors, do they feel like they're secure? Are there locks? Are there ways of blocking them?
They do have windows. Most of them are small, about like 1 foot square, and they're elevated, kind of up from the ground. You get the sense they're mostly just for airflow to let warm air escape, and to keep it pretty temperature. They're not really for looking out and looking pretty. They're functional. There are a couple like gables or cupolas like up in the roof to also kind of let some air out. Yeah. And yeah, they do have shutters on the inside that you can lock and bar, but they're a normal sized person is not going to be able to squeeze through the windows.
Good, because there's no dwarves here. I determined that.
They're all just fat halflings.
Well, it's even worse. Halflings are shorter.
But they're very round. They're as tall as they are round.
They are a square.
Rotund. Well,
They all,
there's a
they
circle
all
or
look
holes.
like Bomber from,
Circular holes.
from The Hobbit.
I don't think
Oh
we
my
should leave
God.
too much stuff here because I think it'll be taken.
I will put it on.
Who's got the magic-y holdy shit?
Put together.
The bag of holding?
A way of holding things magically. That way, you know, you don't get your coin purse stolen.
Well, yeah, I can hold a lot of stuff.
Didn't you feel that full of a bunch of mining shit?
Yes. Because I assumed.
Well.
And you know what assuming does.
Makes you an idiot.
Yes.
Hey. I don't get to tell you that very often. Can you hold on to my money then? And I'll just defend you. Like normal.
Yes.
Cool. I hand over a couple small
Give
coin
all the
pouches.
money back later, and it's all an electrum. And he's always like, "What the hell?" It's like, "Sorry, there's a bug with my bag." He converts all the coin,
All coin is converted to electrum. I don't know. He's all.
and he's all goes and rips the bag out
No
of
one
anger.
gets it. No one gets this anymore. It goes to the astral plane. Alright. Gander's got my money. Now I can be as violent as I want.
Not as violent as you want.
I'm gonna take 5 silver out of it, just so I have a little bit of money. And I have to ask you, because they'll see me keep asking you for money, and that'd be a bit of an obvious thing.
Yeah. Oh, just get the small guy.
All right, I'm gonna go get some more drinks. What are y'all doing?
Yeah. I'm just gonna go. Spend the day. I'm gonna go down as far as I can into the ruins, just so I can see what we're gonna be looking at. But I'm
Okay.
gonna leave. Actually, Izal, do you want to hold? I'm gonna go down in the ruins, Izal. Do you want to hold on to the bag?
Yes, because
Okay,
you'll be
I'll leave.
abducted.
Immediately, if they know I have money.
Get the
Um,
satchel over.
Yes, and yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna go down to the ruins.
I give you 5 silver. Here's some spending money.
Yay!
I want that back if you don't use it. Alright, I'm gonna go get some drinks.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing?
Alcohol.
Okay.
dog teaching.
Okay, teaching stall.
But I'm just going to be reading for the rest of the day.
Periwinkle.
That's the old name.
It's my
So, okie dokie. Well, this actually seems like a really good place to pause for a break, and then we'll come back and see what you guys are up to when you guys get back. So, that'll be about 15 minutes, and we shall see.
Alright, break of time.
Point is, all of that will just help us create top-notch porn.
Love that.
That was a weird
Whoa.
twist.
I'm more of
but
a
I like
bottom
it.
tier. I don't want that top stuff. It gets too many views.
Ah, you're a bottom.
Bottom tier.
Oh, yeah.
Same
Bottom's better. It's less work. You lay down more.
Mm,
No, definitely more
it
work.
can be more work. You're doing it wrong.
Yes, I am.
Gotta be a power
Oh,
bottom.
Dead fish.
man.
Dead fish.
I apologize to any parents who might be watching this with little children.
Yeah, you
You
should apologize.
started off with porn.
You started.
That was all
Jackass.
you.
That's why I said I apologize, not we
We have an
apologize.
emote of sweet nut milk, sir. We are
You're right.
not for children.
That is not me, though. That was y'all.
Sweet nut milk in the chat, everybody.
This whole campaign is just like DM versus players who can outdo each other.
Players.
Well,
Yeah, I
bottoms
can-
do a lot of things.
So I've heard.
Oh my goodness.
How do you know this, Devo?
Saying, I watched a lot of Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I want to know what everyone's bottoming credentials are in this campaign.
Wow. No.
Look, guys,
Save it for
doesn't
Jason.
matter. It doesn't matter how good you do. I'll just have to do it harder and faster. So,
Well,
Can we?
No,
Let's-
Jace, remember that. I want a power rank.
Power ranking, power
Players'
bottoms.
bottomness. Not the players, our characters.
Characters.
Rank the
Characters,
bottom.
not the players.
Yeah.
AWJ After Dark.
yes, this is not, and I repeat, not a request for hentai from our artist.
No, let's just come on.
Instead of bedwetter behead, it's top bottom reverse.
Okay. So, Gorbeck enjoys time with his new dog and manages to actually get the dog to sit. Whether or not that keeps going, we'll see. Caleb, as you spend time alone in the bunkhouse, that familiar presence creeps into the back of your skull. You know, I knew the Magus who built this tower.
really?
Indeed. He was, well, I knew him more by reputation than by, personal.
What
But,
was his reputation?
as a rather incompetent wizard, and it seems that reputation was certainly well earned.
Hey, where are you at, Caleb?
I'm in the bunkhouse by myself. Everybody else left. How else did you know him, or have you ever met him before?
Oh, I met him. There, well, were quite a variety of maguses at the time. As you understand, the Lyceum wasn't as far-reaching as it was in the present age. So there were still, I suppose you could say, loose affiliations. Mamangal was, well, an invoker of some repute, preferably delving in ancient elven magics, which apparently did not work out well for him.
Anything you have that might help us in this endeavor of going into an elven ruin?
I don't really know. I am familiar with a few ancient elven spells myself, but I suppose that would depend on the kind of magic you're looking for. I mean, you spent a great deal of time beneath the waters, so you've got that checked.
Yeah. One other question. Does what level of magics could this caster cast?
Mamangal?
Yes.
Well, when I knew him, he was only initiated into the seventh circle. But from what I understand, he did achieve the title Archmagus at some point. I thought it was likely his closer political relationships to some of the more predominant wizarding minds of the time. But then again, he did manage to build a tower on top of an elven ruin that no one knew was there, so perhaps Mamangal was more in tune than I originally anticipated.
Yeah, I'm having some doubts given the fact that this individual managed to do something wrong, and he is an archmage. And now I'm about to go into these ruins and see what happens.
Well, you are right to be cautious. After all, Mamangal was an invoker, and if he had the power of damaging magics, who knows what he may have done. Still, it is quite interesting, and it is unfortunate to hear a fellow wizard in arms to die in such a manner, even if it is hilarious imagining it.
Well, if I remember correctly, you suffered the same circumstance.
Look,
in a diff-
my tower managed to collapse in an earthquake that I had no foreknowledge. It was not destroyed due to delving into arcane magics of which I had no control. I was fighting against nature.
Yes, but shouldn't you also
And I would
have-
also note that I did manage to survive, more or less.
I'll give you that. But what's not to say this individual hasn't survived?
I suppose that's certainly true, though transmutation is my gift and not Mamangal's. So, most likely he blew himself up.
It's very possible. We shall see. I am curious as to what contingency plans he has laid out. Because an individual who puts their magical tower on top of an elven ruin doesn't really do so lightly.
Indeed. As incompetent as Mamangal is, I find it hard to imagine that he picked this place purely by chance, and that during all the time he was here, did not happen to notice the elven ruins beneath him, and was completely unable to glean any knowledge from it.
Yeah.
So, it is quite unfortunate. But that does actually bode good for us.
Go on.
Well, if Mamangal did indeed find some elven magics down beneath there, and in practicing with those magics, even though he did misuse them and likely cause his own end, that does mean that there are some interesting things to be found below.
Yeah? I would like you to help me out down there and keep an eye, because you are more in tune to magical traps than I am at the moment. And if you could be of any use while we are down there, it would be greatly appreciated.
Well, friend, I will certainly do my best, but as I don't have eyes, I am mostly relying on magical senses. So, well, I'll do the best I can.
Much appreciated.
Indeed. Also, I was perusing some of the notes you included about that little project you were working on. The one for you and the goblin.
Yes.
I have some notes. Some things you might have neglected to try. When we have a bit more extended time to go through them, I'll just leave them, peruse them later.
Will do.
Well-
And as soon as he disconnects this call, I will go straight to them. But continue.
Okay. Yes, and so you just kind of flip to the back and you see them kind of hastily being scrawled in the book. Patterns and aspects of magic you had not especially ascribed. Forms of tonal manipulation that are largely foreign to you.
Okay.
But interesting results.
And yes, I will study that and try and build upon that.
Okay. So, Izal, Volred, getting smashed, huh?
No. But drinking a
Oh,
lot.
yeah. Sorry, Izal, you were already smashed. You're still recovering. Sorry, that was insensitive.
These are healing quite nicely. This
Okay.
tastes like shit.
So,
Volred.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate it here. Ah, fuck, Gander. I thought you were going to the mine.
I will. Soon.
You gonna get drunk first?
No.
Okay. Are you
Not a
waiting
good
for
idea
it?
to get drunk and then wander down mine shafts.
Especially when someone's fallen to their death.
And there's no handrails anywhere.
Well, not in his height. You gotta get reach up for him like a child.
No, I didn't mean to talk. I ain't there. I'm going to the mine.
Let's get the hell. It's like
He's like,
Fades out
he
of
forgot where he
existence,
was.
just-
Wait, I don't know if I'm supposed to be
Yeah.
here.
yeah. Yeah, you can see it on Aaron's face too. He's like, oh yeah.
Shit.
Retcon.
Man, I love copy paste.
We've all done it.
Arthur Volred, have either one of you been to a mine before?
Whoa, he's all.
What?
You should probably put a cream on that.
I put meat on there to ice it down.
You know, is all you look like something I drew with my left hand.
I'm gonna guess you're not
Bonus! I am left-handed.
You're not very good at drawing.
Sidebar: the last thing I drew was a pile of shit.
You have a negative 12 to art. Which is odd,
So-
despite art being in his name.
So, yeah, that looks rough.
It'll heal eventually. Just a little yellow now. Get the good under bruising. It wasn't broken. I had that going for me.
Arthur, you've been very quiet all day today, and then suddenly you say such a mean thing to Zal.
Yeah, because I actually looked at these all today, and that was a little rough. I had to remind myself that these all got popped really hard early on. But I also was kind of listening to you, Brad. A lot of times you told me to shut up, so I decided to spend the first half of the day quiet.
Well, in this case, in regards to Zal, you're correct, though.
I'm not denying it. It fucking hurt.
Yeah, I don't know. I would punch it, but I don't know if that would make it better.
I will do the slow heal this time. I can wink.
Okay.
I can wink with it now.
Ooh, don't do that. Don't do that. There's
Kinda-
little pus
it
coming out
kinda
of the
hurt-
side. Let's
it hurts
not.
a little bit, too.
Yeah, because there's some scabs that are like cracking and
Don't
starting to
do
bleed
that.
a little bit with the muscle strain.
Mm-mm, mm-mm.
These are gonna look so cool when they scar over.
No, they're not. Is all. They're not. Let's not do that. So what are y'all drinking? It looks like
Yes.
gruel.
Pork crag.
This is the bottom of the barrel, but it was from
Yeah.
the top of the barrel. The entire barrel is like this.
Oh. I can probably just like druid craft some like mugwort or like a tea or something. Um, it's not alcoholic, but it probably tastes better than that.
I'm mostly using it to numb part of the face
Oh, okay.
for whenever I want to wink later.
Same.
You also got hit pretty hard. I mean, we all got hit pretty hard recently. So like,
And numbing our extremities.
okay.
I didn't get hit super hard. I did hit
Like
quite
recently,
a bit.
as in like in the last week or so, you took a pretty big hit. He's all constantly takes pretty big hits. I took a hit. Like a lot of people got hurt in this last couple of weeks.
If I got hurt so much, then I would remember it as he takes a giant drink.
Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna go with that. We'll just say you just remember everything. You remember everything.
I do, thank you.
Arthur, do you think that Vorad's a robot? Because Caleb has this idea that he might be a robot because he can't see any of them.
No, I don't think.
To be fair, Caleb never said any of that out loud.
No, I don't think Red is a robot.
The bartender
he's-
thought he was a robot.
He still drinks. Like I've never met a robot that drinks.
There was one. They used it to adjust the angles of steel up north. But it
The bender.
It was mostly used for like lubrication, but like
The bender.
guys would get bored and they pour booze down there.
I heard that one. That one was a good one. That was a good.
What's the bender?
It was the automaton up north.
It
that,
bent it bent things, but sometimes I think it did get drunk because it went on a bender one time. Or actually, it
That's
just
fair.
someone stole the damn thing, and then they brought it back and it was missing one of the arms.
Mm,
They call it bender from that. The stories went on for a while. I'm surprised it came all the way down here.
yeah. Well, I mean, I heard more about it from Captain Silverleaf on the boat. Like he apparently had a bender with this bender.
Ooh,
He likes to drink.
explains that
it's
week
just
and a
has to
half
go.
it was gone.
Maybe.
It did come back with a lot of rust on it, which is weird.
Seawater. That makes sense.
I'm curious. You were saying Kalen thinks that I am a robot?
He looked at when the bartender. I don't want to scroll up to find the name of the bartender.
Siren.
Seer was talking about you being like one of those Warforged. Caleb seemed to be pretty intense about it. Like,
He had this look on his face that he looked like he was doing complex
like
math.
he was checking in on you. He was like, "Are you a robot?" Like you'd see it in his eyes. Gander gets that way when he's trying to convince someone to loan him like money or a book. He's like, I think he thinks he's cute, but he's not. He's really kind of creepy when he does it.
Well, I guess the question is, do you think I'm an automaton?
It would explain the like crazy accuracy you got, but I want to go with no. You're not very like. If we were in water, I figure you would have sunk a lot better if you were in like a Warforged.
That like goes next to Red and just kind of nudges Red, like, "Hey, this is your opportunity to."
Unless they made you like partially out of wood, then you'd be kind of buoyant. Then you have to have like a fish bladder to adjust buoyancy. I don't want to think about this. I'm gonna drink some more.
Arthur just looks at Red.
Well, if it helps clear it up, I am not a machine. While I do take your compliment of my accuracy as machine-like, that does make me feel good. Yeah, I'm not. Do you have any other questions?
That's what we're doing today.
I guess the bartender brought up a good point. Like, you do cover, like, your entire body up, and it's real fucking hot down here. I mean, I know it's winter now, but, like, when we first got here, it was kind of humid.
Oh. Yeah, good point. So Volred just takes his arm and pulls the sleeve up, showing the totally green, fucked up skin, and just kind of awkwardly doesn't say anything, but just like,
Or red a leper.
yeah.
You didn't want to talk to him about it first? You just
That looks... Is it, like, just on your arm? So you have, the whole look, so you don't have to wear, like, one sleeve?
Oh
No.
my god, Full Red's a zombie!
Unfortunately, that is how my entire body looks.
That's not good. Does it hurt?
If I don't drink.
Ooh.
Oh, so you numb the pain with the liquor. That's why you. Oh, okay. It's starting to make sense.
That, and it numbs emotions too.
I'd go get you another drink.
Wow, that went a lot better than I thought it was going to.
I'll be right back. I'll show you a cool scar when I get back.
Can I get 2?
Alright. Hey, Siam. Did I say it? Was that the name?
Siren? Is it Siren?
I should scroll up in the chat and I'd find it. Siren, can I get 4 drinks, please?
And he kind of goes, "Hi, I'll just get you a flagon."
Yeah, that great.
And goes and kind of slides over a pitcher.
Cool. I don't know. Put on a tab. We'll check out when we're done.
Hey, don't worry. It's 2 copper.
All right. Put down 5 silver. We're gonna keep going tonight. Come back with a flagon. Pour in yours. Pour in mine. Set it down. Arthur, do you want any of this? It's terrible. All right. So when I was younger, I fell off a cliff and I got impaled right here, and I like lift up the side of the shirt. So like
Whoa!
Not in
public. Not in public.
It's nothing you haven't seen before. It's just a back rib area.
Yeah,
Oh,
from the
that-
far side of the tap house, you hear.
Hey, not my type. Wait, let me.
You look over, there's like this hill dwarf going.
Yeah, put it back down. I fell down. I got impaled with a spike. It split the ribs. Only cracked one of them though. I was stuck on there for 4 hours.
Oof.
Yeah, breathe still kind of hurts when I breathe too deep. But I mean that's all I can really show off for like major scars. This will be pretty cool. I got some little ones. But so that's why you wear the whole get-up? I'm gonna guess it's also on your face.
That would be an educated guess.
I am kind of educated. I didn't go to public school though.
At least
Private
that is
school.
school.
And college.
I didn't go to that.
I did. I was forced to go. So, is there, Martha? Did you know about this?
Arthur knew about this.
Yeah, I knew about it.
I'm not gonna judge you. Not telling things. I didn't go around telling people that Gander's afraid of the dark, but whatever.
We all knew Gander was afraid of the dark.
Yeah, but I didn't go telling people. Well, I told you now. So if he asks, tell him that you just knew.
I mean, come on. He can't see in the dark. He's always wanting a torch. It's the same thing I'm not afraid of the dark, but Gander acts differently whenever. I got you. Educated guess.
So is that why you're down here? So I asked you before, like, why you're down in the island area. Are you looking for magic lotion or a way to solve that thing? How'd that happen?
Wow. I'm going to need you to put those few remaining brain cells together and work with me here. It's actually really easy. The cocoa butter didn't work. We were talking about the cocoa butter. Magic doesn't work. So obviously this is how we're trying to...
He rubbed Caleb's nettles on it.
What about Caleb's nettles?
He rubbed
That
Caleb's
was a
nettles
thing.
on it.
Oh,
Yeah,
That
it
was a thing. That there was a reference to it being, yeah.
Well, we call that
Um,
something else up north.
But that is correct. I'm trying to find a solution to this, and I don't know what I'm doing because half the time while I treat my injuries, I get drunk, and it makes it harder to figure out what I am doing.
This all started off with him. What? I didn't mean to assume your gender. What gender are you? I've never asked that question, so I just kind of want to double check.
Male.
Okay, cool. I never, yeah, I just never asked that before. Anyway, but he was trying to come down here and find a potion that might be able to help with all of that.
I mean, was it like a birth thing or natural, or did it get like afflicted on you?
I was in an altercation of sorts with a rival of mine, and all I recall during the situation was seeing something from the side, and I was struck, most likely by an arrow. And when I awoke, my skin had transformed into this.
Plot twist.
So you're afflicted. Clearly, it's some kind of curse. That much is pretty standard. I mean, I could go to like the local, well, probably not local here. They got no religion in this place, but I could talk to some acolytes and some priests and see if they know of a religious alternative to it. You've already tried some herbs, but I don't know of any poisons that can do that to someone.
Have you tried any additional like magical routes prior to?
Yeah, religion, they tend to ask stuff from you. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's just a good question. Like, how long have you been like this, and what other methods have you tried?
Eric, approximately how long have we been together as a group at this point?
I think probably about 6 weeks or so.
6 weeks.
Yeah, it's a little
Okay.
over a month.
Yeah. It has been a few months in this condition, and I aimlessly wandered around and didn't really have much luck trying anything.
So you've talked to a cleric, or I'm assuming you've already talked to like an apothecary as well. I mean, we talked to the person with the cocoa butter, but like,
The few people that I disclosed this to either laughed in my face or shunned me immediately from their existence.
That would explain some of the standoffness. Like you don't really go around going out of your way to talk to people.
No, that just runs in the family.
Well, I was incorrect on that one then.
Yeah.
I'm related to a lot of assholes too.
you are.
The whole family of this shit. I mean, I can kind of go the religious route and see what I can do. Sometimes God's like, hey, if you do this for me, I'll help out. I don't want to go and put you in that religious situation. Gods can be pricks. But I mean, Caleb knows wizard stuff like magic. Gander knows more of the mechanical side, but I don't know if he's going to be much help. I think we could probably at least spread our web of information.
I could try punching it.
That it did wonders for my face, I will just say.
I'm open to any alternative.
Arthur's gonna like pull his arm up and then like punch down on Red's arm, trying to heal it. He's at full health, so I'm not gonna actually roll the heal points for that. Do we see any impact whatsoever?
Nope.
There's kind of a deformation of the skin
Ew.
that slowly rebounds.
Oh, I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all.
That was
I didn't
just-
like that one bit.
Did that hurt?
No?
Ew. Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea.
So I'm assuming I'm not supposed to go telling people about this, right?
At this point, you know, the rest of our party should be made aware. And that was Arthur's suggestion recently. Outside of that, I would like to remain somewhat anonymous when it comes to strangers. But if the situation presents itself to appear to be beneficial, then by all means.
Alright.
Yeah, so don't go telling all of Red's business to everybody. So we probably want to keep that away from Gorback. Maybe Gander, because he might get pretty drunk one night and just kind of he kind of yelled the "fuck the establishment" thing. I don't know how well he handles internal information. Wow.
Good call. I'll pull out my journal and I was like, you mind if I draw the way it kind of looks, because my descriptor's probably not going to be very good and I'm kind of okay at drawing, but I won't include your name or likeness in it. I start using my pens and papers to kind of sketch out some descriptors of what it might look like. It's close enough. Well, next time I find a member of the clergy, I'll see what their ideas are for a
We got the
flick.
scaly bits.
That's what this part won. That little flaky bit.
Oh, flaking off. Okay, I
Yeah,
get it.
that's what that one is. It's got action lines.
Yeah, it's important to make sure that whenever you talk to whoever the priest is, they see the flaky bits, because that's kind of the whole thing.
I appreciate y'all's help. I've been quite confused and lost with this transformation, that making decisions and thinking through things is always muddled by my circumstance. Yes.
I think that's the alcohol that muddles the thought process, but I mean that could be some. Never mind. Go ahead. Keep going.
Oh, it's certainly a mixture of alcohol, but there's a few things going wrong in the mind as well.
Okay. Well, if you just need somebody to talk to, I'm here.
I'm
Well,
here
kinda-
too, but sometimes I'm an asshole.
It's also true.
So far, the best therapy for my internal feelings has been the bloodshed.
So, remember when I told you about those unhealthy coping mechanisms? This might be one of
Hey.
those.
Some good murder can really get you through some dark times.
Did you say good butter?
Good butter.
It did
too,
sound.
but
It did
good
sound
mur-
like good butter.
Some good murder will do it too.
Oh,
Don't put butter on that. I don't think it's gonna work. Have you tried putting butter on your arm? Anything for relief. Yeah. You want to talk?
Let's take
We
that
can
slow.
talk. If you don't want to talk, we don't gotta talk. If you want to go shoot something from really far away, I'll go carry it back for you if you kill it.
drinking will be suitable.
That's something I can do sitting down, too.
Cheers.
Mazel tov.
Well, this is good. I don't have nothing to cheers with, and I would prefer to keep it that way. But high five.
What's a high five?
So you put your hand in the air. You put all 5. Yep, and then you just clap them together. There you go. High five.
How archaic.
Sure. Okay. Wow. Just y'all gonna keep drinking. I'm gonna just kind of sit here and play with the druidcraft ball thing. So
How's that weed thing coming?
oh, the Azure leaf.
Yeah.
Oh well, I went outside earlier and I got like more. I got like about 5 stalks this time. Do you want some?
Nah, I'm pretty good with just the alcohol.
Are you sure? Because I mean, we don't have anything better to do.
I'm pretty good with just the alcohol. I'm not much of a smoker. Well, that's good for pain. I voted might want some.
I mean, you got the eye thing.
You're right. I could go for a little Azure leaf.
Okay, cool. I'll be right back.
Help with my winking.
Oh, I have to go get papers.
I'm not using my good parchment on this stuff.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'll go back to the bartender and see if they have any, like, I would assume there's like cigarettes and things at this point, and they may have rolling papers, like specifically for
Tobacco.
Yeah, asking around a little bit. Yeah, you're able to get a couple, rolling papers.
love that. And I come back and I sit down at the table and I'm like, give me a second.
Man, it's legal down here. It's fine.
Red, can I borrow a dagger? All right.
Do you want a clean one that's full of murder?
It's full of murder.
Fire will burn it off. We'll be good.
Well,
Cool.
we gotta figure out
I will.
what Gorbek's doing, and we gotta figure out if Gander survives the night by himself.
Yep. So Gorbek, you're still dealing with the dog, right?
7,000% dog training mode. Full Icelandic from D2, just drilling that dog.
Montages from Rocky.
But I'm using what I told you I was going to use.
Yes. Roll me a animal handling.
It's just like a scene cut in from the Balto movie.
So, it's a 15.
I hope no one from PETA is watching this.
No, you get some progress as you've got to the point to where Stahl now more or less responds to his new name, and you can generally get him to sit with the proper motivation.
I'm working on. I'll say this: the 4 things I'm working on: sit, stay,
Checking your notes.
It was 4 things, Gorbek.
sit. I know, but I wrote them down and I have them all spaced out, and they need to go. Sit, stay, stop,
File taxes.
and where was the other one?
Make
Shake.
dinner.
Shake.
Oh, whoops.
Ah, yes, the 4 S's. Although, isn't stop and stay kind of the same thing?
Stay is stay there. Stop is while he's walking.
Stop
She.
is whatever you're doing.
Is it a she? It's a she, correct?
It's a he.
He. Okay, then yes.
Yes, the owner was female.
Gotcha. Yes, sit, stay, stop, and shake.
Okay. Well, more or less, sit is working-ish. stay is not working very well because every time you go to move, the dog just follows you trying to get after the treats. But it's a work in
Well,
progress.
you hide the treats. You don't need because you want it to be a
Oh, I know.
surprise for
Like-
them.
I know, but like, this is not a stupid dog.
Well, I know, so he should be learning.
He is. I mean, you
Druid,
really
the
only
druid probably
you
use
spent half
stupid
a day
animals
with
a lot.
him.
I
Really.
know it's only a day. I'm just messing. Usually it takes.
Excellent progress for half a day. Gander,
Yes.
in the waning afternoon hours, you managed to get some good time down at the excavation site. Most of the people who are working just kind of eye you a little bit, and then they're like, "Oh, okay, whatever. I'm busy." And so it's kind of this odd labyrinthine system. So you have to backtrack a few times in order to find the right stairs to get down. But what you see looks to be some kind of large castle or palace at one point in time. And you are presently standing perhaps in some of the topmost floors, with large sections of the ceiling and roofs have collapsed inward. And so as you kind of like look down, you can see down 4, 5, 6 floors of Elven Castle. And with
like,
its
like there are just some gaps in the floor where I can just like look down. It's just distance.
clearly like easily over 100 feet that just descends into darkness.
Oh,
You occasionally see some makeshift bridges that kind of bridge the gap, as you see workers going through, loading up carts and such, dumping them into lifts, lifting stuff up. It's a whole process. All around, you see individuals who bear the archaeologues' robes, going through, making notes, supervising the work, and all in all, just surveying. Some of the work, as you're spending time down there, starts to slow down as the afternoon drags on. Was there anything in particular you were going to look for?
something that would. Oh, elves, Lord. So, like, what's the This is pre-Sunder, Elven Ruins, right?
Presumably, yes.
Presumably pre-Sundering. Oh Lord. Any already opened rooms? Because I'm sure there are rooms that still haven't been opened up here, which is what we're here for. Any open rooms that I can get into easily without having to go a large distance away from the main path?
Yes, there are a few open rooms, and you don't have to descend too deep to find them. Some of them just appear to be smaller antechambers. Most of the furniture and tapestries and stuff that would have been here have been long destroyed, and anything perhaps of value would have already been removed. But it's interesting, like the floors all have like intricate carvings and patterns in them to give them texture and form. Similarly with the walls, everything here is done to appear heavily artistic and organic. Like no piece of wall is free of some kind of intricate carving. And like any posts or buttresses are intricately carved in deep relief of a variety of motifs. This is opulent even by today's standards.
Like you, this is like you paid way too much for stuff that you ain't ever gonna use just because it's nice.
Kind of, yes.
Okay. I'm more looking for maybe there is an old, like, nothing would have survived, but something that would represent a arcane study. There, I don't know how preserved it is or was. Something that would give me an idea of what was done here. Unless that information is available from the Archaeological Society employees.
Well, just looking around, most of the area around you appears as though it was mostly living space, just by the way it's laid out, which is not particularly unexpected, given this would have been the upper tiers of this palace or castle. It's hard to say exactly, because the section you're at is small enough to where it could be a castle, but the way the layout seems to flare out the farther it goes down leads you to believe this is an extremely large complex.
Okay. Oh, if I run across the water pump, is it working all right? Is it any sounds or anything? Any damages to the water lines?
No, the water pumps are working just fine at the present moment. They're ye old, like mechanical water pumps, so like they don't move a whole lot of water at a time.
Someone's got to sit there and like.
Yeah, and so it's a process, but it does work, and you do see evidence of sections of some of the floors beneath that look as though they were covered in water, but you don't see any immediate flooding remaining.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to get a peek inside. So they've cleared out the water from the floors below.
Mm-hmm.
But have they opened it? Because are we still up in this like upper floor? Have they gotten into the lower floors?
Asking around, you could say they don't really know. Every time they go down and they clear a floor, there's another floor beneath. They have no clue how big this place is. So you could say top floor, bottom floor, but the truth is you could be on floor 60 of 120. You have no idea.
Like, it could have been this weird colossal tower constructed in the middle of a land, and it just sunk in the sundering.
Mm-hmm.
Lord. Yeah, I'm gonna just go see what's going on, see if anything was missed. Maybe. I know probably some delvers took times with each room, but some of the rooms closer to the front end of the excavation, I'm just gonna kind of pick through again.
Yeah. You start kind of slowly making your way, looking around. Some of the floors that were more recently cleared by the delvers, there is very little here. Most of what you see are archaeologues that seem to be making very detailed copies of renditions of all the carvings and stonework around. And they are taking a great deal of effort into cleaning stuff down, getting mud and dirt and debris away, and trying to restore as much as they can for it to be as pristine as possible for study.
No. I mean, anything in Elvish that I can read that isn't just like blah blah blah's room.
Not that really you can find. You see some markings on some like frames, like door frames, archways, and pillars and stuff that you think might have been Elvish, but due to just hydrostatic erosion and friction over thousands of years has largely worn it down to where the detailed and meticulous writing that is Elvish becomes muddled.
It's just like some bumps.
Yeah.
Oh,
Elven writing is a bit more organic than, the common tongue or Dwarvish. So, like, Dwarven writing can withstand an awful lot of weathering before it becomes unreadable. The dwarves build that shit to stand the test of time. Elves, not so much. It's designed to be as pretty as well as it is functional.
If you like
They need to
then
do
you
better.
should put a name on it.
They need to do better. Oh, we live a lot longer. Oh, but this shit don't last.
The door frame just says, "Little Amonadale, age 3, 4.5 meters." Holy shit, he's tall.
Monadel is not from this part.
I'm
of
putting
the
a
world.
name. Keep going.
It actually
He's-
says live, laugh, love in Elvish.
Oh my god.
Roughly translated to live, laugh, love.
Fade.
And that's when the sundering happened.
Yeah, you find writing where it's just like, I think I may have ended the world by just like chisel mark. just scrolls off. It's like, oh, damn.
Lord, I don't want to mess with anything.
Do it. Start touching shit.
Do it.
Let the curiosity flow through you.
I'm gonna see with an archaeological society member if they've recorded the possible word carvings on a door frame, and then I will attempt to cast mending. Does that do stone?
It could if it's broken. Not really going to work for
Break or
erosion.
tear.
That's broken
Yeah.
Elvish.
Okay.
But anyway, speaking with the archaeologues, one of them just goes, well, yes, we've more or less categorized everything here. Most everything will be with Archivist Cassius at this point. He'll be doing the reviewing and seeing what can be gleaned.
I mean, have y'all gotten anything out of anything? Or is it just gibberish?
I couldn't really tell you. That's between Archivist Cassius and Curator Aurelia. Our job here is mostly just to keep everything pristine and to collect the relics to send back to those who have the responsibility of actually researching. A lot of research is actually done in the capital of Ariellum, both by members of the Athenium as well as some contractors.
Mm-hmm. I know. Sorry. Not a great memory. But have have y'all found is there evidence of? I have no idea what other people call it, but the Adamant Spire called it geometry. It is not the math geometry. It is the arcane geometry.
Indeed, you're talking about invocations of the high art.
Yes. Have there been
Um,
sources found?
There have been pieces of some doors from the lower levels that we believe were chambers of some importance. Most of the time has stripped much of the delicacies of that work, but so as to render them untenable. But there are more evidence of that as you go deeper down in the palace.
So I'm kind of new at the whole geometry thing. It's just magic is in the stone, right? It's just permeated into it. Does it activate randomly and expel itself? Has there been accidents, or is it just trying to identify what school?
Well, the thing about arcane geometry, the high art, as the elves would have called it, is that it's not exactly schools or no schools. You see, you are familiar with the weave, yes?
Yes.
Of course. When casters such as ourselves perform magic, we twist the weave into patterns. Those patterns interact with the magic of the weave to create some observable effect in our world.
Yeah.
All arcane geometry is mapping what those patterns mean. So it's more like discovering the language of magic. And by transcribing those on stone or other edifices there, you sort of lend permanence to magic, such that a spell can be perfectly replicated simply by passing magic into the stone. Because the pattern is, well, set in stone and
Instead
never
of having
changes.
to rely on oratory or somatic
Indeed.
components.
It also allows casters to invoke spells that are beyond their skill or learning, because the actual patterning of the spell has already been accomplished. They need only provide the raw magic.
By becoming a conduit to the weave.
Indeed, precisely.
Okay. I got it. But other than that, all the patterns have just been damaged beyond a point that would cause them to be activatable.
Well, many of them, yes, they've been damaged to a point to where they can no longer be activated. Several of the patterns actually are in relatively have pristine parts, and so those have been copied and provided to Archivist Cassius and the curator Aurelia. So they'll be reviewed, and researchers at the Athenaeum in the capital will continue on with trying to transcode those to determine what their original purpose is. Hopefully, though, we will be able to find in this location the crown jewel of what it is we seek most fervently.
What are you just, is there something that's supposed to be here that y'all are looking for?
Well, we've heard stories of the ancient mythals. So far, the Archaeological Society has been unable to excavate an intact or even a largely, only lightly damaged mythal. We are hoping that one day we'll be able to find one either intact or intact enough that we might be able to fill in some gaps. That would be a great boon to our empire and to the protection of the realm, as you understand.
What's a mythal?
uh, how best to explain? A mythal is a powerful locus that creates a defensive magical effect within a radius. Some mythals prevent undead or dragons from passing within their boundaries. Some prevent magic from being cast. Some simply prevent any kind of teleportation in an area. It really depends on what the mythal specifically is designed to do.
Some
But
make cities float.
indeed, well, you're not there, but yes, mythals have a variety of functions and of magical abilities within their scope. And if we're able to deconstruct some of these mythals, we'll be able to reinforce our cities with arcane protections not seen in thousands of years. It will lend not only a great deal to our progress of magical learning, but to the defense of the realm and ensure that no bad actors can do us harm.
I mean, that'd be somewhere in a vault. I mean, obviously in a vault somewhere hidden, like
Yes,
to keep
indeed.
anyone from getting to it. But I mean, like, y'all barely broke the bones of this place trying to get down.
Yes, indeed. Which is surprisingly part of this ruin is one of the more intact ones farther down than what we found in other places. Unfortunately, much of the Elven Ruins that remain totally pristine lie beneath the oceans and serve as homes for Triton and other such creatures, and they have not been particularly excited about the prospect of surface dwellers descending to those depths.
Okay, I mean, I've met a Triton. They're pretty cool, but just they like their stuff the way it is. It's a whole tradition thing, and I mean I get it. Like I mean, look here, like y'all found this, and y'all just kind of like piled in and are kind of ripping it up. They made it their home.
We're
so,
talking
like,
about the resurrection of ancient magics, though.
yeah.
I mean, imagine Tybel Say, the Elven Isle that lies to the south of here, has been largely untouched for 5,000 years. There are Elven ruins that exist on that island that are precisely the same as they were pre-sundering. Imagine what we could glean if we were to somehow gain access to that island.
And I mean, like, but like, how do you determine what gets used in what way?
Well, ultimately, that's entirely for the Athenian. They, of course, are entrusted with the sacred duty of preserving magical knowledge, continuing its progress, and defending our little nation. After all, there are actors such as Ashgar who would certainly love to re-annex this part of the world and part of their former empire.
All right. No. All right. Well, if we find anything that like is clear enough to reference a mythal, we'll bring that up to Cassius.
Yes, Cassius.
Or I guess we got to work with Aurelia. We don't really talk to Cassius that much.
Well, Cassius is the archivist, so he is ultimately responsible for cataloging all of the finds. Curator Aurelia is, well, she's responsible for determining what of our finds are suitable for research here, as well as what needs to be returned to the capital. So ultimately, things that are found go up to the archivist
Yeah, yeah,
Cassius, and then flow to the curator, and then flow back. Well, at this case, to Eladon, where it is loaded on a ship and returned to the capital, where the various Lycians and the Athenium can handle the research from there.
Yeah, because I mean, you don't want to bring up an old chamber pot and be like, "Oh, look what I found," and it's like it's a chamber pot.
Oh, well, yes. Though it is quite bizarre, as there haven't been any implements such as that we've found. Though it is entirely possible that they didn't make them out of metal and they simply degraded over the millennia.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, even if it was made out of metal, if it was buried under tons of water and rock, it'd probably just corrode and get crushed.
Yes,
And-
of course.
Another thing, have y'all done like any kind of divination into the lower areas? Is it like blocked off? Because I heard the last group got taken out by some water elementals, possibly.
We have attempted. It is bizarre, though, and that is part of the reason why we are hopeful to find a mythal here, as the farther you delve deeper into the ruins, the more unpredictable magic seems to work. It seems evocation seems to work more or less fine, but divinations and other such of magics like that tend to be I don't want to say unreliable.
So maybe it was a mythal of like to keep prying eyes out, a privacy screen.
Indeed. And there are spells in common
No.
days that are able to perform a similar protection. But imagine having one that could encompass an entire city, or
I mean, as big as this upper level is, and the glimpses I could get down, it just seems to go wider. It's pretty big. So if it can cover this, then it's something.
indeed. And also we have to take into account that we are very close to a ley line. So if there are mythals that lay beneath here intact, or even other forms of the high art, then their close proximity to the ley lines would likely provide enough ambient magical power to keep them
Keep 'em
functioning.
Yeah.
I must say, in that regard, I do envy you, delvers. When you breach some of these locations, you are quite literally the first to see some of these things in thousands of years.
Yeah, and then there's always somehow stuff already there that's not too happy that we're there.
There is certainly danger, but for the sake of scientific experimentation and innovation and exploration, it would certainly be worth it, would it not?
Yes. Even under the stressors of potential combat and danger, I mean, still the dredging up something that has been lost for millennia is still a wonder to be able to glean anything out of it.
Well said. Well, in any case, you just kind of glance. It looks as though the sunlight is getting away of us. It looks like we'll need to light some braziers. It looks like some of the laborers still have a little bit of work to do here in the evening hours. But work has largely completed, so do be careful if you move around here. It will certainly get very dark here very soon.
Yes, and I do not see what race is the guy I'm talking to? Is he an elf?
No,
Half
he's
elf?
human.
Oh, he's human? Okay, cool. Yeah. Me and Dirt, not so good. But I'll catch you later. We'll probably be coming down in the morning.
Oh, well. Very well, then perhaps I will see you. I don't know whether or not I'll be assigned to this particular section of the ruin tomorrow.
Well, yeah, it is a lot of ruin. But good luck on whatever you're cataloging.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'm just making some observations here for the archivist. Anyway, enjoy your evening.
You too. Catch you later. And I'll just...
Interesting turn of phrase. Goodbye. And he just kind of makes his way over to the lift and starts making his way slowly up the ruins.
Little do we know, he was talking to a ghost the whole time.
Alex, don't!
Haunted mineshaft, here we go.
Jace. I swear, hearing freaking mining noises the whole time. I look in a room where I heard like picks going off. There's nobody in there. All of a sudden I realize there ain't nobody around me, just
Ghosts. Better get back before it gets dark.
Yeah, I'm heading out because I can't see in the dark.
I have your bag of
The
holding.
dark.
This is regular dark.
It's still dark.
It's pretty dark outside. Or getting there, at least.
I mean,
So,
it is.
anything else you guys want to do before you guys finish for the evening?
No.
Relax with some medicine provided by our lovely druid monk
Medicine.
to help with the pain.
Yeah.
Obviously, my glaucoma's acting up.
Medicinal herbs.
I got this eye problem. You fix it.
They're definitely herbs.
Yo, Arthur got that azure leaf. Hey, Arthur, I know you kind of don't like me too much. Can I get some, bro?
You're being a nerd.
Come on, Gander. You got plenty of pipe tobacco.
I'm pretty sure Arthur would like you more on the tobacco.
It's not tobacco.
You know what I mean?
Tobacco.
The wackiest.
No, that's usually my evening thing is just do a toke.
No wonder your experiments wind up exploding. How come it didn't work? I don't know. I wrote it when I was high.
I don't know. He's all. You asked me to do this before I went to bed. I couldn't even see my own hands. What do you want?
Because it's dark and you can't see in the dark?
It was dark. I thought I lit a candle. No, you had the candle right there. It wasn't lit.
It's something else.
Oh, but
I'm good for the night.
yeah.
I'm also good for the night.
Yeah.
As am I.
Just relaxing. Caleb's getting possessed by his book slowly. We're good.
Not yet. That'll take a couple more episodes.
I'm gonna shutter the windows.
Okay.
And bar them.
Okay.
I'm
As-
just
Before I go to sleep, I am going to alarm the entire area.
What kind of alarm, Caleb?
Yeah.
Sound alarm.
Does it play Baby Shark?
Yes, it
Oh
does.
my god!
I'm awake.
Turn it off.
Not until they're dead.
I woke up and now I'm angry.
Auto rage.
Broke a lot of alarm
Okay.
clocks that way.
So, you guys turn down some of the bunks
For what?
and go to bed. The beds are not especially comfortable, but they're mostly just kind of like a thin bed mat on top of a wooden plank, but it beats the ground barely.
This feels wonderful. I like it.
I'm sleeping with Stall.
Okay.
Stall gets the bed. You sleep on the floor.
I'm gonna use my bedroll for a little more cushion.
No, we're just sleeping outside.
Oh,
Sleep in the bed.
let him go back.
Okay. So, yep, you guys managed to sleep through the night without interruption. Gorbek, your evening was also not that great again for the second night in a row, as it was pretty cold last night. And on more than one occasion, Stall rolled over on top of you, waking you up. Thankfully, it was pretty easy to go back to bed. You know, that kind of thing is not that uncommon in goblin culture. To be stepped on or smushed while you're sleeping. So, at any rate, as morning finds you, slowly
Quick hide.
but surely you start to hear the sounds of people on the streets and such moving around, carts dragging things, and the sun slowly seeping in. Gorbek, I think, would technically be the first to wake because he's going to get a face full of sun in the morning while everyone else at least has all the doors and windows.
Gross.
Volren doesn't sleep. He's a robot.
This is true.
He is an alarm clock.
Yes. But with the doors and windows shuttered and barred, you guys managed to sleep in just a little bit longer than Gorbek does.
Did we lock Gorbek out?
Yes.
Yeah.
And we're
And then
immediately
as-
going back to training.
Okay.
Well, when we do get up, I'm gonna go check up on Murder, my beloved. Make sure she was okay.
Okay. You go and kind of check off to the side. Murder, you kind of had a bit of a hitching post that you had went and tied her up to.
Fucking pulled that shit out.
Yep, that is no longer there. She's kind of like 60, 70 feet off to the side, munching on field weed and roughage. Seems more or less okay with that, though.
Well, I'm gonna go check on her over there then.
Hey, Zal,
Huh?
wasn't she over there?
Yeah, she didn't like it, so she moved.
You might want to work on that because I don't think we have anything that could hold her.
Chip
know
off,
what?
Chip off the old block. Maybe I'll just tie her up next to food next time.
You know what? She can take care of herself. Whatever.
Can't you murder?
Yeah, she's got 2 Kalem's worth of health and a Kalem's worth of damage.
She has more than that.
This is more damage than you. What are you talking about?
I don't do damage.
Caleb wishes he could do the damage to this cow.
She has an Izal's worth of
That's
damage.
right.
No, I said Kalem's worth of damage. Like, she can do a Kalem's worth of hit points in
Oh,
damage.
Ah,
Oh,
that makes
yeah,
sense.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, look,
That makes
Caleb,
sense.
we are not using your damage as a measuring stick. That's too many Kalem's. It's like
Well-
centimeters. Why would we measure each other in
My
centimeters?
damage is the bare minimum for an NPC to join the party.
Can you withstand this
'Cause I'm
man's
pretty sure-
health worth of damage?
Right. Caleb's
No,
gonna slap
you
you
can't.
really hard, and if you wince, you're out of the team. Caleb, don't hurt your head. She's like, this is my casting hand.
Actually, Caleb,
See,
what's your
right
strength
now,
score?
all I'm picturing is
You could have a cast on the
Oblique.
casting hand.
punching with a smite.
Oh, there goes Caleb. He's dead now.
Oh yeah, who would have known?
And
Caleb
he's
is a
dead.
level 2 paladin.
I've seen his charisma
Oh,
score.
yeah.
That's a lie.
Level 17. Meteor!
You can't just yell smite and then cast a 9th level spell. That's cheating.
I said level 17.
Smite! Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Our word kill. Smite!
Worth.
Power word smite. This is power word kill. Alright, I'll find some place to tie up murder around here, probably to like
A
hopefully
tree.
a bigger tree. Alright, you stay over here, murder. I'll let you keep the post.
The bunkhouse.
No, we'll lose part of a wall.
No, I'm gonna get some breakfast and I didn't even. I would have left the. Is there a stable here?
In the settlement, yes.
Okay. How much is he asking for to hold the animal? And to
With
feed?
with feed and everything.
Yes.
Uh, 5 copper per day.
I'll just go ahead and pay. Oh,
Well,
Lord.
we're coming back every day, right? We're coming back up to the surface?
Never said that.
Yeah,
That's up to you.
that's what we're supposed to.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead.
I mean, you guys will have to come back up to the surface at some point.
Yes, I'm gonna go ahead and pay for 4 days, which I should have said I did last night when we got in.
So 4 days, 2 silver.
Yes.
I would imagine that once we all got in, there would be some type of stable arrangement. So if Gander went to go stable, will you have a horse?
Pony.
A pony? I would have gone to do the same.
Any
Yeah.
equine mounts are probably 5 copper a day.
I would do that as well.
Yeah, I mean, it ranges just from like your own understanding. It could be anywhere from 5 copper to a silver, depending on the place. This is not like a top tier stable. This is like literally, this is a place to hitch up the horse and they'll toss it some food every once in a while. So it's like
Just like make sure it doesn't die from starvation.
basically, yes, it's the bare minimum.
Murder was.
They're not gonna brush it. They're not gonna groom it. They're not gonna.
Murder
trim its
would not
hooves.
fit in a stall.
Yeah, murder.
Here.
Murder does what murder does.
But yeah, I'm gonna go. Oh Lord, we didn't bring any food.
Oh
And they probably don't serve.
They have food here,
Breakfast.
Gander.
What?
They have food here. What is it? Rocks?
Softer rocks. It's like sandstone.
Oh, so potatoes.
They clearly have to have food. People work here.
Yeah, I don't.
There can't all be robots.
They're all
Whoa.
Warforged, all.
Save a lot of money by food. Labor nonstop. Think of the possibilities.
Yeah, but automatons are also expensive, so it's a whole lot cheaper just to bring labor.
Yeah, and if they die, you just get another one.
Yeah, you don't lose out on 3 years of crafting.
Fulred, you gonna let him talk to you like that?
What?
You're not a robot anyway, so.
Correct.
But yes, breakfast is in order. And then I think we should just go ahead and go down into the mine.
Well, we have to talk to the person first. Find out where she wants us to go. And then we can go.
Riley. Yes, Riley. Sorry, I was thinking, oh Lord, we got to talk to Aurelia, and I was like, oh no, we got to talk to Riley. Riley is okay. I enjoy Riley.
Did we ever find a map?
They don't
There
believe
is
in
no
maps.
map. There is no map that we can have. There is a cartographer who keeps a map.
Well, here's the thing. How am I supposed to know where I'm supposed to tell them where the next room is if I don't have a map to...
Draw it out.
You could have just asked to see the map and quickly jotted down, hey, this is the rooms we've explored, this is what you gotta watch out for, and this is where we need to go.
They said we could
Can we look at the
map
map?
ourselves. What?
Can we look at the map?
Yeah, we can look at the map, I'm sure.
Okay, then I would like to do that, and I will write it down and draw it out, and then I can adjust from there. So
What would we
I would
need
like
to
to do that
copy the
first.
map?
Paper.
Paper.
Pen.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, but like, is there a certain skill set or anything that would be required to just kind of...
Cartographer's
Cartographer kit.
I have calligraphers.
Just far superior.
Yes, but yeah, mine would just be a basic map. It wouldn't help us explore or anything.
You are here.
But
This looks like shit, Caleb.
yeah,
Why's
There's a re-
your north paint pointing towards a corner?
well, that's the way I had the paper down when I started drawing. I didn't think to turn it sideways.
You're traveling for too long. You can go back to school.
You need to go back to school.
Fuck you.
Technically, Caleb was homeschooled.
Mister, I got kicked out of college again. Well, at least I graduated.
Your graduation was to see if you could knock the breath out of a giant.
That was an entirely different class. And I don't think I got credit for it.
Technically, Izal is taking a semester abroad.
I got the bachelor's. It's like, I'm just going to take a little rest.
Gorbeck's never been to school.
School's for losers.
I taught myself everything I know.
It shows.
He's never been to school. Caleb's his tutor.
Arthur's a school of hard knocks.
Void went
Yeah.
to private school.
Yeah, Arthur's one of those guys that like made it up to 6th grade and then basically left school to join the workforce. We have all different kinds of education levels here.
Gander got transferred to a campus that's no longer open.
You know, the worst part is, Izal, your barbarian, is technically the most highly educated person in the group.
It's that basic, like, religious. It's like the Mormon schools. It's like, it's school, but, I mean, it's very centered.
So, anyway, where you guys heading?
Caleb's going to make a copy of the map as much as he can. We're probably going to get some food. Some brekkie.
Becky.
I gotta think of a way to keep murder around. I'll go to the
I'm
stables.
telling
It's
you.
like, can you, like, just, like, tie her up, like, loosely around the stable? Because she's fine outside. She'd be okay.
The stableman's like, well, I suppose we could put her with the rest of the cattle. We just have to, know not to butcher her.
Oh, don't worry. She's pretty tough.
Right,
She's
well,
the hairy one.
yes, obviously. Plus, she's a bit larger than the cattle we keep around.
She'll keep him safe.
Oh, aye, we could do that. I'd probably have to charge you the same stabling fee, though.
All right, but if, like, you all get attacked and she winds up killing, like, a bandit or something, I think I should get reimbursed for it. Just keep that.
Yeah,
in
I'm sure
mind.
we can work something out.
All right. How long did Gander say he was putting it here? For 4 days? Well, that was the 1 day, so it's 3 now. Alright, I gave you the further 3 days then. Bye, Murder. I'm gonna miss you. You stay here. Don't do anything that I... Well, probably shouldn't do things that I would do either. Just be a nice cow.
I like your cow.
I give Murder a hug, and I'm like, alright, let's go.
Hold on. It might kill you.
I walk away, and she takes an attack of opportunity. I'm like, fine. You got me. Oh, you
swift-
Murder.
A swift, rear kick to the shin.
It's like to the small back, like, ah! I cleared the fence, guys.
For 42 damage.
I've been hit harder, Murder, you bitch. I need to take a short rest.
Just gonna lay here.
Massage.
Shiatsu.
I got sciatica. I'll go with Gander to get some food now.
Oh my god.
And Caleb, you were gonna go find a map.
Yeah, I was going to go to the quartermaster that has the map.
Okay.
And I'm going to quickly jot down a rough sketch of it so that I know where I'm going and certain things to watch out for on the way.
Okay. So you make it to the quartermaster's place. As you kind of walk in, you see Riley, who is there, and speaking with him is this very tall, almost 8 foot. It almost kind of looks like someone like a bigger version of Volred at first. It's got flowing robes of silver and gold, and as you kind of look over, the metallic head that it bears is a very simple, blank expression. Also, largely of like silver, kind of white ivory on the sides, while the top and center of the faceplate is also gold with little elven inscriptions on the side of it, and a bit of like a Myrmidon Centurion style metal mohawk. And faintly, something that carves out to kind of look like ears, but they're very low profile and pointed like Elven. While this thing is tall, unlike you've met Warforged before, and they tend to be rather busty and large creatures, built more like dwarves in their proportions. This creature, though still quite large, is much more lithe and has a more athletic build. And it kind of looks over to you, and you just see like 2 glowing orbs of blue. And without moving any of its mouth, you just hear a voice reach out. Ah, you must be one of the new Delvers.
Yes, I am. I'm told that you have a current up-to-date map of the ruins that have been excavated?
Indeed I do. You have correctly surmised that I am Cassius, the archivist here. This is not normally where I do my work, but Riley here said you would be starting today, and I assumed you might want to speak to me before delving the ruin. I have brought some materials that you might wish to review.
Let me see them. Nice to meet you, by the way.
My pleasure. And he kind of reaches down and pulls out a large sack that's just got all kinds of tubes and paper sticking out of it. What is it you'd like to review first?
First, I would like to see an up-to-date map, and I would like to sketch it myself, or if you have a copy, I would like that so I can know where I'm going and what to look out for on the way down.
I suppose I could be of service. The maps that we receive are constantly being revised for higher accuracy. Therefore, I tend to only use the most accurate version of the map that we have available. I still keep the older versions of the map for posterity, architectural purposes. We don't really use them. And strictly speaking, it's not that they're inaccurate, they are still quite accurate, but the closer I can get to true accurate precision, even to fractions of a feet, is certainly superior.
That is fair. And do you have one of these old maps that I could use?
I do indeed. And he kind of reaches out and pulls out this really long, like he pulls out this roll and it's like 4 feet in height. And as he kind of like rolls it out, this is a pretty sizable map. It's like a 4 foot by 6 foot map. This covers the first through third floors of this particular section of the ruin.
All right. And where's the inaccuracies on this map?
Oh, it's not that they're entirely inaccurate, but if you'll notice here, it says this room is 23.8 feet. It is, in fact, 23.83 feet.
Ah, so it's a minor difference. That would
Well,
work perfectly for our delving.
I don't exactly consider those differences minor, but yes, I suppose for the purposes of humans, that is a relatively negligible amount.
That is correct. And what else do you have that we can look through?
I have a great many things you could look through. I have copies of much of the Pharezes, or friezes, that we've found throughout the multiple rooms, nearly 2,000 of them. Most of them actually look as though they might be similar, but there are slight variations in each room. I still don't understand why those variations exist, but they do. And he just kind of starts...
That is something I think we would go further into depth whenever we have more time. But I believe my party is waiting on me to delve into the ruins.
Oh, I see. Well then, it might be best in order to focus on information that is most pertinent to your task today.
That is correct.
Okay. In which case, none of this will be helpful. And he starts rolling it all up and just kind of starts setting it
Fuck
up.
you, Caleb.
He kind of reaches back out and pulls out another map. This is the lowest section of the current floor of this dungeon. Well, it is mostly accurate. Many of the archaeologues have not been able to give me the exact measurement features, so I fully expect this map will have to be updated soon to have more accurate measurements. However, the layout should serve your purposes. This door right here is the one that you will be entering. And he just kind of points to a large kind of section on like the southwestern part of that map, beyond which there is nothing. It just kind of
Alright.
stops there.
And where about did the previous party die? Where did they fall?
Well, they actually fell and died about 20 feet shallower in the chamber. They never actually made it to the door.
Okay. So, and this map is for mine to keep, correct? Or do you want this back later?
I suppose you could take this version of the map. Like I said, I am waiting on a higher detailed version, and I suppose I could adjust any of the previous maps knowing these new figures.
Alright. I will do my best to get you accurate measurements. What measurements do you want updated?
All of them.
Well, I
And
generally
this room right here.
like to know the exact measurements of the wall as well as any deviations between skew and plumb. Also,
Alright.
if you could take a level of the floor so that way I understand if there are any slopes, that would also be beneficial.
What is the pitch of this floor? Down. Downwards.
Then I will take as accurate measurements as I can with the tools I have.
Excellent. That will be very helpful.
I believe that is all we need. Thank you very much. You've been of great help.
Excellent. Also, you should be aware that there are elemental creatures that seem to have come out from some of the other areas of the ruins. We've also encountered ghosts, specters, and a variety of other undead.
Ghost bite.
That sounds like it's going to be interesting. I will definitely report back if we do see any of those, and what we do with them. Most likely we will dispatch them. But we will return later on today and let you know of our findings.
Excellent. Also, if you do find any automated guardians, I would request that you keep them as intact as possible for research purposes.
Have they found any recently?
No, but it never hurts to be sure.
That's fair.
Spare parts.
Have you ever gone into the ruins?
No. However, the hyper-accurate measurements have allowed me to map certain spaces, so it feels as though I have been there.
So it's possible that one of these rooms is not correct. Without your own eyes taking the measurement.
Are you trying to give this robot a conniption?
I suppose that is possible, yes.
Just something to consider. I recommend going down there yourself sometimes, because seeing is believing. You don't want
Yes.
one of these measurements to be wrong, do you?
Indeed. And believing is also seeing. I've learned that the hard way with your race.
I'll try to unpack that one later, too.
I don't understand. I delivered that piece of information orally. There's nothing to unpack.
I don't quite know what you mean. And instead of asking and going into a 30-minute conversation, I'm just going to go.
That's quite unfortunate, considering I could have given you an answer in less time than it took you to preface that statement.
That is very possible.
It is entirely possible. I'm optimized to provide information like that.
I'm glad to hear it.
Can we adopt this one?
This one I will happily keep. This one I would happily keep.
It also helps that he is not a smallin, he's a biggin.
Anyways, thank you very much. You've been of great help. I will let you know whenever we return.
Excellent.
And I'll turn out and walk away.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
He was very nice. He says, like, just kind of turning over and talking to Riley. Yep, and so you meet your fellow adventurers in the nearby tap house, drinking yet more ale. And those of you who dare some kind of gruel.
This is very little nutritional value.
I mean, it's
Are they still drinking whenever I get there?
Well, you can't really trust the water necessarily around here, so ale's about all you got.
Alright.
It's just practically water with the amount of alcoholic content it has.
I go up
That's
to the group.
actually accurate.
It's made of
Part of the reason why it's 1/10 the price of normal ale.
we're drinking.
I have a
bone
map of the
flavor.
area.
It's a big map.
Also, I know exactly where the previous adventurers died, so it's going right where we're going.
Makes sense.
Show them the map, Show them where they died. Show them where we're going.
You know where that spot of
love
blood
that.
is? There's blood on the map. What's that?
That's where they died.
Who marked it with blood?
Me.
Oh, you
Not
did
really.
that?
I didn't.
Where did? Oh, okay, I was saying, where did you get the blood? That's another concerning question.
He doesn't
I'm
have
not a
much.
blood mage.
He doesn't have a lot in his body. He can't really spare it either.
I'm not a blood mage, so I don't do that stuff.
No, that guy could have just been some ink that had iron in it.
But yeah. Besides that, I think we're good to go. What are we waiting on? Besides me?
Just you.
Yeah,
All right,
dude,
well, I think
just
we're good to
use
go.
this one. I don't think this can predict the weather in a cave or ruin, huh?
Well, I mean, I don't think the weather really matters in a cave.
Yeah, you say that until there's some kind of magical storm.
But
Yeah, big fan.
that doesn't detect magical storms. That detects natural weather.
How do you know that?
detect it rapidly changes?
Well, didn't ND say that?
Hmm.
Did Indy say that? I didn't really listen to Indy very much, to be honest with you. Still working on that. But anything prior to my mom's house,
That's fair. That was rough. But it's something that you can work on now that you've met somebody that you can relate to in that situation.
I mean, I met a whole circle of people that I could relate to. Why did you particularly have to point out? You know what? Never mind. It's fine. We can. I'm gonna just keep working on this while we go down.
It's like it's going to be dark because it's a mine.
Yes.
Nope. And I touch his all's axe.
Yay!
I should probably. Are we getting ready to go in the mine? Are we anywhere near the mine at this point?
No,
Nope,
we're just
we're
in the
still in
tap
the tavern.
house.
I don't even care. I just love having this thing lit. This is cool. It reminds me of
We're
the
getting
story.
lit.
Wait, I need to figure out how many torches I actually have. I
And
have
after
4
that, we're good to
torches.
go.
Yeah, I need to pick up. I would need to pick up a couple more
They have
torches, just
stuff
to be honest.
near the cave entrance.
Yeah, I think Riley can sell us some torches. I think. I don't know. I would imagine they probably have torches readily available for when they go into new different portions of the ruin. But that's an assumption.
Probably a safe assumption.
All right, off we go. Are you bringing the dog?
I would
No.
not bring the dog.
Murder.
Please don't
I'm gonna go put murder by. Wait.
Yeah, that's not your dog's
Put
name.
stall by murder.
Periwinkle.
Oh, that's not a good idea.
The dog will probably avoid dangerous situations. Dog's a lot smarter than.
You're not wrong. I'll give you that.
Smarter than what?
Yeah, go ahead and finish that statement. Is murder nearby?
I was going to say smarter than Gorbeck, but that would been really hurtful. Murder's
But
not
what
very
if it's
smart either,
accurate?
but man, she is tough. If we're going back over there, I'm going to go give Murder another hug. I'm just saying. We doubled back. Come here, Murder. Come here.
Yeah.
Quit running
And
from
by
me.
the time you get there, like Murder is off to one side of the pen, and all the other cattle are like way off on the other side.
There's a dead one in the middle of the field.
It
Oh,
challenged.
No,
it
but like every
challenged her.
time Murder like kind of shifts her position, the other cattle just kind of get up and move around her.
Yeah, that's security right there.
Yep, it's like prison. It's like she probably walked in there and beat down the maddest cow.
Fucking kicked me. Ah.
He's probably missing all of 2 hit points. All the others are half health.
They were self-inflicted.
Oh.
All right, so we put Periwinkle up and we head towards the cavern.
So, you guys descend down into the excavation site, into the lowest floor. At this point, the opening above you is only about 40 feet in diameter, and so there's bright, well, not really, there is bright light, but it's still early enough in the day to where it's not direct sunlight, it's not overhead, so it's more this kind of soft blue morning glow that just kind of extends into darkness. It is, however, cut by about a half dozen braziers that line the extremes of the room, and some of the archaeologues are down there looking as though they are making notes. And as you guys descend, one of the archaeologues kind of makes his way over. I take it you're the new Delvers.
Hold up the axe.
Oh, yeah. Do you have any extra torches, by the way?
Not here. You'd have to go to the Quartermaster. At any rate, and he points off to a direction, that is the door you're going to be going through. As a quick note, once you make it on the other side, close the door behind you. We don't want anything you might miss to make its way back up into this chamber.
If we went back in, do we just, like, knock?
The door won't be locked. But
So you're
still.
So you're assuming what chases us won't be able to open a door?
Well, it's hard to say, but best not make it easy for them.
It's an unlocked door.
Oh, no.
True,
What if
but it's
it's-
also made of stone.
Is it just like it's a push door from our side, so if they only push on their side, they won't be able to get in. Hey.
Right. Are you guys ready?
No, I
Arthur-
want
Yeah.
torches.
Arthur, we'll
I
wait up
have
for
I have
Arthur.
torches, Archer. I have torches.
Archer? Who the hell is
I have-
Archer?
I have torches as well that you can have. You can actually have all of my torches.
I have the greatest torch of all. Dark vision. And the glowing
Okay.
axe.
Alright, I guess. That's cool.
Hooray! Yeah.
Into the depths.
You get
So-
5 torches.
All right, you guys continue on, finding the beautifully stylistic, kind of a shallow Gothic arched stone doorway with a frieze. I don't know why I keep wanting to pronounce that the wrong way. With a frieze, that and like 2 kind of silverish door handles. And as you go and pull the doors open, as the archaeologues are watching, you guys step into the darkness and the doors close behind you. And that's actually where we're going to end tonight.
Ooh.
So, guys, if you're here, make sure you subscribe, follow, all that good stuff here, and come back next week. And come back on Thursday, because I assume that we have an adjacent with Jace on Thursday.
Jason with Jace is back.
Yes!
From
Dear
outer
God.
space.
More stupid stuff.
Yes. What particular brand of stupid is going to be on your show this week?
The highest of quality.
So me? I'm coming back on the show?
I'm gonna just cancel you entirely.
Oh, well.
Cancel culture.
But we'll announce the guest probably as the show turns on. So find out who's on Thursday at 8 o'clock this Thursday. This episode will be live on Thursday around 12 a.m. on our YouTube channel, so you can watch it on there. And yeah, cool stuff. We'll have an update.
Yes.
Well, on Thursday we'll have an update on our schedule coming up because the holidays are coming up, and we're gonna modify what goes on.
Hey, Jace, can you say Thursday one more time for me?
I was about
Thursday.
to say, you said Thursday a lot.
Thursday.
A lot.
A lot.
Thursday.
What day?
Thursday.
Wednesday.
Thursday.
Thursday.
Tuesday.
Hey, real quick, I'm pretty sure this entire session didn't count because Eric didn't say we're gonna crack the spine.
That's
on
right.
chapter.
You should say the sacred words.
So we're gonna have to redo this next week.
You didn't follow the script
No,
there.
that's fine. I'll just
we
say
got-
it right
we
now.
got- we gotta
Crack
redo
the
it
spine
tonight.
on today's episode, and then Jace is just going to have to fix it in post.
No.
You won't do
I
that.
won't even edit this shit down.
Yeah, you tried that exactly one time and said, nope. Sorry, you guys can scroll.
Are you trying to say our
Suck.
show's
Coke.
uncut?
This is an uncut gem.
No, what
Well,
Jace is saying is that there's no point in spending 6 hours of work to save people 15
Good
minutes.
night,
of viewing
everybody.
time.
Good night.
good night.